केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबर शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबर शक्ति SDTMT।
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
We'll be traveling back to Delhi first thing tomorrow morning, where we'll be meeting with Minister Goyal, and we're very optimistic. Look, we're 99% there. The last 1% we're working on.
So SBI AMC, is there a timeline yet for the IPO?
We hope to do sometime during this year. Okay. We are just waiting for the regulatory approvals.
In the near future, it looks sustainable, but it all depends on the environment and the war. So if it really deteriorates and one doesn't have any idea of when will it end, every day you get hopes and the next day the hopes are dashed.
There is a cost impact, and I would say there's a 100 crore cost impact, but I think that we've repriced some of our services to build in the inflation that's come from that.
But if you could give us some details about what that 1% is.
That's a great question. You must be with the media. Are you? What outlet?
NDTV Profit.
Great question.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be sharing with you of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
Gender parity to be reflected while we choose leadership as well.
It's also important that how they are reshaping the industries.
We got a fantastic jury, and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out on 3rd July at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K, the works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook,
welcome. You're watching Ask Profit here at NDTV Profit. Of course, the monetary policy took a lot of our time, but it is a good news coming in with regards to where there is 0% capital gain on profits that will be made on government securities. But I think market was expecting more, and that's why we're seeing markets at the day's low point. Let's try to pull the Nifty 50 up and see as to where it's trading at right now. And there you go. It's recovered though from its day's low point, but still trading just about 0.2% higher. We're hovering around the 23,400 levels. 49 points of an uptick is what we're seeing. But let's try to pull up the Bank Nifty and see as to where it is trading at, because we've been talking about how the setup of Bank Nifty is looking much better than the benchmark. There you go. Of course, this also has significantly recovered from its day's low point, now trading around about that 0.8% mark, and 54,700 levels is what we've crossed in terms of where the Bank Nifty goes. Let's try to pull up the Nifty 50 heat map as well and see as to what that heat map is looking like right now. In terms of where specific names goes, of course, a lot of your banking and financial names doing fairly well. Bajaj Finance, HDFC Life, Shriram Finance, Adani Enterprise, of course, also doing fairly well. But your IT name like Wipro, on the back of its record buyback today, down 4%. Hindalco continues to be under pressure. Trent, Tata Steel, Coal India, some of the names that are also under pressure. So that's with regards to where the Nifty 50 goes. Let's try to pull up the sectoral heat map and then also the advanced decline ratio, because Nifty Media is topping that chart and metals is still under pressure. Realty also doing its fair bit of share today, up 1.6% as well. But the advanced decline ratio, let's try to pull that up because that's suggesting as to where the broader end of spectrum is looking like. You have mid cap 150, which is up 0.5%, and small cap 250 also up 0.5%, and it's diverged. So now you have at least more buyers in the market than the sellers. So this is, of course, with regards to where the markets go. But I think yesterday also Puneet was talking about this, with Physics Wala as to what has happened, and to talk about that and to discuss as to what's changed within the last 2 weeks, we're now joined by Amit Sachdev, CFO at Physics Wala, joining us now. Amit, thank you so much, first of all, for taking out the time and speaking with us. My first question to you is, you'd approved a 120 crore capital infusion in your FinZ Finance on 27th of May. And now there is a reverse course of action on lending, after a few days of that decision itself. So what has changed exactly in the last couple of weeks, and what has led to this change in decision?
Good morning, Maima. Thank you so much for having us, on your show. Two key, things why we started, creating the NBFC and started actually doing lending on our books, So the thesis is that we've actually have enough student outcome learning, models that we had built in-house to start underwriting based on those, So that was the original thesis that we had built Finzi, our, NBFC. And that was the reason why we also, did 120 crores of funding in our, subsidiary. Over the last, probably 1 week, depending on, the conversations that we had with our multiple partners, the idea was, I think it was best left to the NBFCs to actually do the funding. and we do the layer in the middle in terms of how we are going to do the funding for these students actually. So that was the big change that happened. I think Prateek also came out with a statement yesterday that we are going to focus on our core business of student learning, and online business remains our main business. So I think that is what the big change happened over the last week, and we letting it to our NBFCs that we are working with right now to do the funding.
And Mr. Sachdeva, very good morning to you, sir. It's Puneet this side as well. So this 120 crores essentially will be plowed back into the business of EdTech. Of course, I think that's the rationale that you're giving us also. Then essentially, what has prompted this move? Is that the conversation currently with investors? Because you also on a full year basis turned neutral in terms of your profit before tax. I think you were negative 259 crores last year. You I think positive 10 crores. But going forward as well in the next 6 to 12 months, 18 months, I'm guessing you have plans to turn profitable on the PAT basis as well. So what has actually prompted this move, and what's the future of your NBFC license as well? Is there any clarity on that right now?
So, Puneet, absolutely. I think we are evaluating multiple, ways right now in terms of what we are going to do with the NBFC, entity. Please do appreciate that it is a regulated entity, and over the, due course of very early in terms of next few months, we will decide in terms of what we want to do with this entity. We will not do any on-book lending from the entity. That's very clear, and that's been clearly articulated in our communications all through. But depending on the way forward that we have for getting this money upstream back to Physics Wala, we will shortly come back in terms of the options available to us. Secondly, I think you did mention we turned almost PAT positive in this year, almost 1 year ahead of the commitment that we had given. The focus right now is to just double down on our online core businesses and keep on building from there. And like you said, our guidance is almost more than 2x of EBITDA profitability for next year and PAT profitability in FY27, Puneet.
Okay. Amit, from what we're trying to understand here is that this move also kind of helps you de-risk your balance sheet, right? So just want to get a sense in terms of how much, capital management bandwidth or balance sheet de-risking are you expecting from this move or decision that you've taken?
So, this entire 120 crores, obviously will get de-risked because it will at some point of time get upstream back into our core business. Secondly, if you look at it, I think the reason why we started this was to enable student affordability. Like I said, our mission vision with what, Alak started this also was largely, how do students who get left out do not feel left out because of, constraints in terms of not being able to afford these courses. So this money eventually will get, upstream. What it still does is, like I said, that, the models that we have worked based on learning outcomes, they will still help us keep the cost down because we've over the last couple of years, we now learned how to actually underwrite some of these student loans, So in two ways, this will de-risk. First, our own capital will not be deployed, for this. And secondly, it will also help, the NBFCs that we partner with, give them, work with them in terms of how do we make sure, how do we ensure that the affordability for students continues to be there.
And Mr. Sachdeva, just, because of paucity of time, a 20-second answer if you can. Your online business last year, almost half of your revenue, that's grown at 39%. The offline business, also a similar number, has grown by 31%. Will that growth and share of that business continue at least for the next 12 months? Is that a fair estimate to make at this point of time?
Absolutely, Puneet. So our online business will continue to grow much faster than our offline business. Our ambition for online business is that we want to be 55% of online business over the next 2 to 3 years. That is how we started, and that is what our focus is going to be next 2-3 years, including next 12 months.
Perfect. Well, Mr. Sachdeva, we'll let you go on that note. Thanks so much for joining in, giving us that clarification on NBFCs as well as what's forward for you as well. We wish you the best. Thanks so much for joining in. But just a few minutes to go, so we'll start with the rapid fire round very quickly as well. Let me welcome in our guest now, Tapan Doshi, research analyst at CATapan.in, Devin Mehta, technical research analyst at IDBI Capital. Both of you gentlemen, thanks so much for joining in. The first question, which we have from Zeenat from Ranchi is on sale. She's holding 250 shares at 185, and Devin asking if she should continue to do so. What's your view?
I think overall we have seen profit booking from higher levels. One should try to book profits if it's in profit.
Okay, V2 Retail is the next one. Kishore from Bengaluru has bought at the levels of 200, 510 is the quantity. Should he continue to hold this, Tapan? Your view?
No, sell on rise.
Got it. The next question, that's coming in now, and this one's on Vari Energies. A viewer wants to buy into this counter right now. Tapan, would you recommend that it's a good time to do so?
No, wait for 1 or 2 quarters. Challenges are there.
Okay, Devin, is this a good time to book profits in Paras? Namit is asking this question. He's got 48 shares at the levels of 671. What's the view like on the charts?
I think yes, definitely one should try to book profits. It is entering an overbought zone.
The next question is on PNB. Our viewer Murli from Hyderabad, the regular viewer, has bought shares at 79. Tapan, he's been holding for the last 3 years, holding 300 shares. Is it a good time to book out or continue to hold?
No, continue to hold.
Okay, the next one is from Aparna. She's holding 200 shares of Moltec Packaging at an average price of 700. Price target for the next 6 months. Devin, on the charts?
Sorry, I do not cover this particular counter.
Tapan, any view?
Yeah, hold for now.
Tapan, on Timex as well, Jayesh from Mumbai wants to know if it's a good time to buy this because, stocks up 40% in this year itself. We had some promoters selling also at the start of the year. Any view?
No, buy on dips, not now.
Okay, Samman Capital, 550 shares bought at an average price of 165. Is it a good idea to sell at the current levels or possible higher targets in the near term, Devin?
No, I think one should try to book profits.
Next one's on Indian Hotels, bought at 710 and roughly 300 shares by a viewer Ashok Pai. I think it's been in the same range for the last year or so, Tapan. Is it a good one to continue holding for the long term?
Yeah, hold it and he can buy at dips also.
Okay, the next one is on Anantraj, 100 shares bought at the levels of 650. Hold or exit? Sunil wants to know this. Devin?
I think one should try to book profits.
Ravi's purchased 100 shares of Marico at 853. Tapan, would you suggest him to continue holding on to or sell out?
No, hold it for now.
Yes Bank bought at the levels of 12 rupees. 1000 quantity is what our viewer Basavaraj has bought. Continue to hold this from a long-term perspective, Tapan?
Yeah, hold it.
The next one's from Nidika from Pune on Tata Capital, holding shares at 326, asking, the performance is good, but now stock's not moving. Tapan, do you think it's all priced in right now?
Yeah, pricing so she can sell at a rise.
Okay, Nalco, 130 shares bought at the levels of 422. Hold or sell, Devin?
I think one should try to exit this one.
The next one coming in now is from Siva from Toronto. He wants to enter a few stocks from the long term. Samvadara Motherson, Uno Minda, either of those that you like, Tapan?
Yeah, both are good. No, you can share equally.
HBL Engineering, 200 shares bought at the levels of 999 6 months back. Continue to hold, accumulate more. Devin, on the charts?
I think one can hold and buy on dips near 780.
Got it. HDFC Bank, we get a query on this every day. Tapan, is it a good one to continue holding right now?
No, ICICI Bank is a better option.
Okay, Bharat Dynamics, 20 shares bought at the levels of 1195. Continue to hold this from a long-term perspective, Tapan?
Yeah, currently hold.
Next one's on IRB Infra, bought at 29 rupees per share. Tapan has been a rank underperformer, but should our viewer continue to hold this one?
No, sell on rise.
Is it a good time to enter Ashok Leyland? Shankar is planning to buy 1,000 shares from a 3 months perspective. Devin?
I think no, one should wait for breakouts. The stock is trading lower.
Okay. KN Stack also, Devin, our viewer Ravi is holding, but at 4250. Should he buy more right now or continue to hold this position or sell out?
I think sell on rise.
Okay, Cochin Shipyard bought at the levels of 1768. Buy, sell or hold from a long-term perspective. Archer from Bengaluru wants to know. Tapan?
Hold.
The next one, that's coming in on Shriram Finance at 1193, Devin. So I bought at elevated levels. Should she average down right now? This is Lalita.
I think yes, one can average.
BSE, is it a good buy at the current level? Kanan from Chennai wants to know from a short-term perspective. Devin?
Yeah, I think one can buy with a stop loss of 3840.
Hamsini wants to know about Jyoti CNC Automation. Is it a good time to enter? Tapan, would you recommend that?
Yeah, she can.
Tata Power or KPI Green? Which one is a better bet from a long-term perspective, Tapan?
KEI.
KPI Green, sorry. It's not KEI.
KPI. Sorry, my mistake. KPI.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, the next one's and the last one from Kaushik from Baroda. He's holding Nalco at 222. Tapan, should he exit and enter into Hindalco is his question. So, what would you recommend on either?
Yeah, he can switch to Hindalco.
Got it. Well, that was the end of the rapid fire round. Of course, a longer one because of the MPC meet. But Deven as well as Tapan, thanks so much for firstly patiently waiting by and giving us your views across the last few minutes of the rapid fire round. But viewers all the time in this edition of Ask Profit, thanks so much for watching. Stay tuned. A lot more action on the other side.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबर शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबर शक्ति SDTMT।
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
We'll be traveling back to Delhi first thing tomorrow morning, where we'll be meeting with Minister Goyal. And we're very optimistic. Look, we're 99% there. The last 1% we're working on.
So SBI AMC, is there a timeline yet for the IPO?
We hope to do sometime during this year. We are just waiting for the regulatory approvals.
In the near future, it looks sustainable, but it all depends on the environment and the war. So if it really deteriorates and one doesn't have any idea of when will it end, every day you get hopes and the next day the hopes are dashed.
There is a cost impact, and I would say there's a 100 crore cost impact, but I think that we've repriced some of our services to build in the inflation that's come from that.
But if you could give us some details about what that 1% is.
That's a great question. You must be with the media. Are you? What outlet?
NDTV Profit.
Great question.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be sharing with you of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
Gender parity to be reflected while we choose leadership as well.
It's also important that how they are reshaping the industries.
We got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out on 3rd July at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. When the headlines move fast, perspective.
Hello and welcome to KYC. I am Sharad Dubey and you are watching NDTV Profit. I get you this KYC show where interesting companies come in. Of course, at times these are recently listed companies and at times they come with new stories. And for today also I've got you a very new and an interesting story, and I'm sure you must have seen it all across your housing societies as well. It's a Mumbai-based decor company. First hint for you. Second hint, it's engaged in the decorative wall panels and the laminate segment. There's a lot of competition in it, but I'll try to refine it. It is a recently listed company. I'm sure you must be guessing it by now. It was listed in September 23 and the brand is endorsed by Hrithik Roshan. Interesting. Try to guess the company's name, and of course the company's name also interestingly has the promoter's name also in it. The company's name in focus is Euro Pratik Sales. This is the company which you're talking about. We had heard about it, but after its listing it seems like there wasn't much buzz in the street, and I was trying to understand why there is no buzz happening, and there was a little bit of promoter buying also happening in this counter, and that is where a little bit of interest came in for me. But let's see what are the key questions to be asked for Euro Pratik Sales. The first one is the raw material margin picture. Because the majority of their products are crude based projects, and of course remember in the month of March there wasn't much impact because all the pressure started coming in the first quarter itself. Risk mitigation factors, of course what the company is trying to do, that will be very much important to understand. And also thirdly, the volume growth outlook. And we'll try to get those new product launches also because they keep on changing their product catalog. The progress of the international operations right now, it is quite less, but are they expanding to new regions? Of course, and speaking of that, 2 to 3 years of expansion, which area are they doing? Will it be via acquisitions or will there be market share gains? That's the key concerns. Also the integration of two recent acquisitions, Uro Veneer worldwide, this is the southern industry, and Chawla Brothers, that's the northern market. So how they do their integration is something to be asked about, and a very interesting second gen management, Pratik Singhvi, the CMD at Euro Pratik, is going to answer all our questions. Let's understand the key details about the company. What's this company all about? Ye company karti kya hai? I had mentioned you earlier that it was incorporated in the year 2010. It's engaged in decorative wall panels and laminates. And in such a short period, I would say they are able to get a good market share. Recently listed company, but of course after listing there hasn't been much buzz in the company. Brand has been endorsed by Hrithik Roshan. That's pretty much interesting. Market share, impressive for a short period like this company's existence. 16% of it is pretty strong. 36 contract manufacturers. That's what the company claims, that it is asset light in nature. The distribution network is around roughly 138 cities with 198 distributors. Also, we look at it, 2.25 lakh square feet of warehouse spaces across India. This is the key details about the company, and also the global subsidiaries is starting to come up, US, UAE, Europe. But remember, the overall revenue contribution is very minuscule right now globally. First, let's see what they expand in India, and that's what I was coming to. 98% of the revenue just comes from India. Also, apart from about the company, remember the revenue mix kya hai? 57% of the revenue mix still comes from the wall panels, and the decorative sides come in, and if you have that number, this is the laminates, that's around 31%. So it is both of these categories are value accretive or high margin. How the domestic revenue pans out, southern India still commands almost 47% of revenue coming in, but the other places also, especially the western India, that has 26% of coverage. So yes, it is a pan-India player, but a good support coming in south and western markets. But ये market कितना बड़ा है? Market share की आंकड़े पे बात कर लेते हैं. And look at that CAGR growth. It's coming everywhere. Wall decorative, panels, laminates. As the disposable income rises in India, this is how this industry is also going. So definitely it's doing well. What can work for the company? This is important. It's a debt-free balance sheet, and this is what I liked. Also, good integration is happening, and that pan-India expansion is playing out. This is what I like for the stock. Top line growth has been good. I was just checking the Q4 numbers. That was good enough. Asset-light business model is something which is really good. But apart from this, what may not work? There is a lack of analyst coverage here. That's the first and most important. Secondly, majority of the products are being crude based, so there is going to be an impact. Now you cannot have a 100% pass through. There will be some lags. The margin, ROC, ROE pressure is being seen, and I'm going to show you some numbers. That is where a little bit of concern lies for me. And also the rise in working capital days, it has been constantly going up. That is where I feel there is some concern in this stock, and of course in the stock price also there are some issues. But let's try to understand more about it. A company mein kya hai? KYC ratings, let's get them all in. Income statement, balance sheet, cash flow, the usual numbers are there. ROC is something which I'd like to point out. Some interesting snippets are coming in. Remember, it's just been almost 1.5 years. It's not even been one full year since the company has been listed, so take things with a pinch of salt when it comes to shareholding street cred valuations. I'll try to show you how much of that has corrected from the IPO. हमेशा देख रहे हैं कि आजकल के जो IPO आ रहे हैं वो महंगे दाम पे आ रहे हैं. Because of that, a lot of newly listed companies are trading at a discount to their peak valuations. Also, the outlook, we'll try to understand how the industry is moving, how the company is moving, and what can be a short-term hiccup. First one, let's try is income statement. And income statement, largely the numbers have been strong. Last 3 years CAGR numbers. Top line देखिएगा 23% CAGR growth coming in. Decent growth coming in the EBITDA and the PAT numbers. But Q4 is something you should be watching out for. And in Q4 the numbers have been good. The YOY growth has been good. PAT has jumped up almost 57%. On the other hand, 27 to 37% growth coming in overall revenue and operational profit. But a little bit of concern comes in because this business was generally a 33 to 35% margin business, but this time the margins has come down. That's around 28%. Now we need to understand, is this pressure going to come more because the crude based product is something which majority of them are in the portfolio. But as of now, historically speaking, I have given this a strong thumbs up. Let's talk about the balance sheet. Largely, the best part is it's debt-free company. There's like a minuscule amount here, borrowing that's literally not there. Cash balances, if you have a look, that's around 18 odd crore rupees. Overall, the balance sheet looks good, but the working capital, that is where a little bit of stress comes for me in my analysis, but we'll come to that later. As of now, balance sheet is a strong thumbs up. So we spoke about income statement, we spoke about balance sheet, but let's try to understand the cash flow. Is there any lumpiness in this business? Is there any seasonality? And I feel there isn't much as such. Reversal has happened, but look at FY24. This is where a good cash flow of operations had come in. FY25, some kind of reversals. And remember, the company is spending a lot in integrations also. So your cash flows are going to be disbalanced, at least in the growth phase. And when that happens, even your return ratios get impacted. So right now, let's keep it a neutral rating because of so many things happening in the company. And my concern, which I had explained to you, the return ratios, what's happening. So when a company claims that they are asset light, their return ratio should be on the higher side. So why there is a mismatch, we'll try to understand from the management. But look at that ROC from FY23 to 61%, and the dip started coming in, it's around 44%. Same thing happens for ROE also, that's where the dip is coming in. So return ratios, I have given this a strong thumbs down. Also, let's talk about the shareholding, how things are panning out. Promoter stake has been largely untouched. FIs have slightly sold off. They had just had a minimum stake of only 1.6%. That has come down to almost 0.5%. For DIs also the same story is repeating from 5%, a minor sell-off. It's around 4.6%. So let's not be harsh in our analysis. Let's give it more time. It's hardly been not even a 1 year. So I'm going to give this a neutral rating for shareholding segment. Also, let's talk about the straight cred. How much things have moved and ज़्यादा move नहीं हो सकता. September 23 में ही इनका listing हुआ था. So if you look at it, a 6-month stock is down 27%, and this is where the concern lies for me. That post is IPO. If you have entered, you haven't made money on this. Year-to-date basis, stock is down 18%. Listing gain definitely was there, but it seems like that has evaporated. And since listing, the stock is still down. It's in the red territory. So let's give it more time. Should have been negative, but I've given it a neutral rating right now because let's need to give it a little bit more time to judge a company. It's been recently listed. Let's talk about valuations, what has happened. In this valuations, the peak valuations, the IPO time के euphoria में इसका 54 times trailing पे ही चल रहा था. अब देखिए घट के 34 times आ गया. So there is a good discount happening in the valuations. So valuations fronts, it is looking attractive. So I'm going to give this a thumbs up here. But let's talk about the outlook. The company has a good outlook here. Euroveneer, that buyout which is happening over here, the revenue potential is 115 crore and PAT of 20 crore in FY27. Also, the second acquisition, Chawla Brothers for Northern India, the revenue expectations is 80 crores in FY27. But if you look at the other key triggers, they want to focus on the deeper penetration in the Indian rural market. That means अपने distributors को इन्हें बढ़ाना पड़ेगा. उसके अलावा forward integration via inorganic growth and acquisition. So new industries they want to go in, or the new geographies they want to go in, they'll start acquiring them. And also the global front expansion. एक बार इंडिया का मॉडल ये सेट कर लेते तो ये बाहर में जाके ग्लोबली भी इस मॉडल को ला सकते हैं. But I have concerns. There is a lot of raw material cost. There is a lot of Middle East issues. इसका भी तो impact आएगा, at least in the medium term, 1 quarter, 2 quarter. For that, I'm going to give this a neutral rating as well. But let's try to understand and give you the entire picture of what's the total ratings looking like for Euro Pratik sales. And largely, income statement and balance sheet has been good. Return ratios has been a big question. So I'll try to understand that from the management point of view. But if you look at the other key segments, especially you could talk about the street cred. The stock hasn't made money post its listing, and the valuations, however, have corrected from their peak levels. Outlook, I would keep it neutral. Company has kept it positive, but there are global sentiment also. But net, largely in line with what the numbers I generally give. That's around 4.5 out of 8 for Euro Pratik. But for the conversation, we'll be joined in by Pratik Singhvi. He's the chairman and managing director at Euro Pratik. And interesting snippets about him is that he had launched this company in the year 2004. That's almost more than 2 decades of experience in the wall decor industry. But this is a time for a quick break right now. And on the other side, we'll be speaking with Pratik Singhvi.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार. अंबा शक्ति SDTMT.
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
We'll be traveling back to Delhi first thing tomorrow morning, where we'll be meeting with Minister Goyal. And we're very optimistic. Look, we're 99% there. The last 1% we're working on.
So SBI AMC, is there a timeline yet for the IPO?
We hope to do sometime during this year. We are just waiting for the regulatory approvals.
In the near future, it looks sustainable, but it all depends on the environment and the war. So if it really deteriorates and one doesn't have any idea of when will it end, every day you get hopes and the next day the hopes are dashed.
There is a cost impact, and I would say there's a 100 crore cost impact, but I think that we've repriced some of our services to build in the inflation that's come from that.
But if you could give us some details about what that 1% is.
That's a great question. You must be with the media. Are you? What outlet?
NDTV Profit.
Great question.
Welcome back to KYC, and now we are joined in by Prateek Singhvi. He's the Chairman and Managing Director at Euro. Prateek, you could say good afternoon, Prateek. It's always a pleasure to have you here at NDTV Profit, and for the first time your company is coming in my show. I just want to understand the first and foremost, the Q4 numbers were pretty strong, but one thing which, kind of hit my eyes was the margins. You're generally enjoying 30% plus margins. This time it dipped to 28% on the calculated basis. But the quarter which is going to come, that's going to be impacted. So I just wanted to understand how the margin outlook looks, at least for the short term. And is there any pass-through mechanism, because a lot of majority of your products are crude based?
Firstly, thank you very much for having me on the show. The margins which you are seeing is on a consolidated basis because we have acquired two companies where we hold 51% of the stake in the company. So the revenue comes in 100%, but the profit comes in 51%. So that is the reason of margin percentage which you can see is on a lower side. Talking about the business, we are still in this challenging environment, geopolitical issues, Middle East crisis, but we are still we are proud to say that we are still in a growth trajectory. We do believe in keeping a lot of inventory with us, and that is keeping our business on a growth trajectory even in this challenging environment.
And Prateek, just to understand, is there any risk mitigation procedures which are being undertaken by the company in these situations? At times what happens is you move into a value-added product, or maybe you get in your new distribution channel partners. What are you doing to mitigate the uncertainty which is happening across the world?
Yeah, so a few things which company has taken steps to mitigate these geopolitical issues. One is we are not buying in US dollars, we are buying in a local currency. Our biggest supplier is based out of South Korea. So we are buying in Korean won, which is not appreciated against the rupee, not significant, just a couple of percentages over the last 1 year. In terms of the domestic market, we are trying to get into smaller pockets. More than 80 dealers have been added in last 4 months in the Indian market. So we are trying to penetrate deeper into B and the C categories of cities across India.
All right. Prateek, apart from this, Also, maybe this is a result of integration of two new acquisitions, but the working capital days have risen, and the return ratios, which we used to earlier get a very handsome return ratios your company used to enjoy, that has come down. Is it because of these acquisitions only, or is there something else?
So the first acquisition was in the company from the 1st of December. So, but the full year numbers go in the working capital. So that is the reason the working capital is showing more. For this year, both the acquisitions will be for the entire year. So it will be on a reasonable basis as per before. Similarly, for the return on capital employed, as the acquisition was done in the middle of the year, the numbers have been impacted due to that.
Basically, they are bottoming out. Now the worst is over. If you're just talking out the number, fair enough. But let's try to understand a little bit more about it. In case, let's say 1 year, 18 months, what's the volume growth outlook looking like, Prateek? And also the new product segment, because your segment is very, very, dynamic. Dynamic. A lot of product changes happen, new trends keep coming in. You just spoke about your Korean partner. I'm sure you must be doing a lot of R&D and traveling to figure out what's next. So we just want to understand anything, what's next, any kind of good launches or tie-ups we can expect.
So yeah, it's an ongoing process all the time. In the last 4 years, we have launched more than 100 catalogs. So at a speed of more than 1,000 designs every single year. So for next 3 to 4 months, we would be launching around 400 to 500 designs, which are already in the pipeline. Our DNA is launching new stuff, giving the Indian customer customized Indian taste products. So that process is always on. We have currently onboarded around 42 contract manufacturers in India as well as globally. So we customize the product for the Indian market, and we will be launching those in the coming future as well.
Fair enough. But Prateek, I just want to understand, because the international business has not picked up, it's just 2% of the revenues. But you have been making announcements, your subsidiaries, US, UK, even in Europe. Just want to understand, what are your plannings, and have you earmarked any money for this international expansion, or how will it going to be?
So yeah, we have acquired a stake in a company, in a Dubai-based company. Due to the geopolitical issue, it's been delayed by a quarter. Hopefully by second quarter, we would be starting our Middle East operations. Also, we have a company office in US, but even today, 98% of the business is coming from India. And we want to focus in India first, and along with it, we'll try to go global as well.
Fair enough. So that's somewhat the India business model gets replicated globally. That's what as reading from your presentation. Prateek, the India expansion plans, because of course that the international expansion is still small. The India expansion is still big. We have 2 acquisitions which have been already taken place. We'll talk about that a bit later on. But right now, I just want to understand your India expansion plans and the market share guidance. There are 2 ways to look at it. One is the competition, because it's been just 15-16 years, you have got a very good 16% market share, because there's a lot of competition here. Just wanted to understand your view on the competition, the market share, and also India's expansion plans. Are you going to look at for any inorganic acquisitions now more?
So yeah, the Indian market is very dynamic. As you said, there is a lot of competition, but there is always value for innovation, R&D, bringing in new stuff all the time. Our distribution channel is well aligned. Currently, we are present in more than 116 cities with over 200 distributors working with us tirelessly over the years. So innovation is the key. Competition will always be there, but I feel if you are able to innovate and bring new stuff to the Indian market, you will always be a few steps ahead. So we continue to focus on that. Growing inorganically is also an option where we are considering to go deeper into the Indian pockets by forward integration, having like-minded people aligned with us, and grow and take this company to the next level.
Fair enough, Prateek. But now let's understand about the 2 most important acquisitions which have taken place. You have given your FY27 contribution also from them. But what's the process timeline looking like, for Euroveneer World and Chawla Brothers? Are they fully integrated into the accounts, or is there something left plus minus? and all the benefits will start coming in FY27 only?
100%. Everything is integrated. This year we'll have the full numbers of both the acquisitions. I would like to add here is both the companies are, one company is 28-year-old, the other one is 47-year-old. So they have a proven business. It's nothing new what they are doing. It's just that it is getting integrated into our company now. So all the numbers will be seen from Q1 this year as well.
Pratik, just a short question, because the way you are going about acquisitions and expanding, is there a chance to look at a fundraise, in the next 6 to 12 months? Because you are expanding also. So that's why I thought mathematically there might be a fundraise.
So both the acquisitions would be around more than 105 crores total value, which we are doing from internal accruals. As on today also, the company stands at net debt free. We believe to be debt free, but if required, if the business and if the business looking very lucrative, we might go in for some fundraise. But the DNA of the company is to be debt free as much as possible.
That's pretty much interesting, the way you look about the DNA is coming in for the expansion. But just one final query I have is on your peers. How's the competition looking like? Because your industry over last 1.5, 2 years, there was a little bit of pricing pressure. Is that coming off now? The weaker ones are leaving the industry. What's happening here?
So yeah, we are one of the leading players with 16% market share of the decorative wall panels. Yeah, the competition is there, but I feel in this challenging environment, it will the consolidation will happen, and the players who are there for the long run will sustain. So I am a firm believer that in challenging situations, the company which goes through it in a better way has a long-term good vision, and the company will do well in future as well.
Right. Thanks a lot, Pratik, for your views on the company, the industry, and the outlook ahead. We also got a lot of clarity. A lot of numbers are getting jumbled up, but then you explained us nicely why this has happened because of the acquisitions, and that is why in KYC we get all this important work done. Thank you very much, Pratik, joining us. So that's the management clarifying a lot of numbers because of the key acquisitions, but nevertheless, despite the uncertainty in the markets, he's still bullish on the margin outlook and the growth for first quarter. That's pretty interesting. So for interesting stories like this, stay tuned to NDTV Profit, and yes, keep watching KYC.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT,
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
we'll be traveling back to Delhi first thing tomorrow morning, where we'll be meeting with Minister Goyal. And we're very optimistic. Look, we're 99% there. The last 1% we're working on.
So SBI AMC, is there a timeline yet for the IPO?
We hope to do sometime during this year. We are just waiting for the regulatory approvals.
In the near future, it looks sustainable, but it all depends on the environment and the war. So if it really deteriorates and one doesn't have any idea of when will it end, every day you get hopes and the next day the hopes are dashed.
There is a cost impact, and I would say there's a 100 crore cost impact, but I think that we've repriced some of our.
Good afternoon, you are watching Markets at 12 with me, Sharad Dubey, and this is the show where we get the updates on the top buzzers and the news updates. Let's do a quick market check before we take you to the RBI's press conference. It's about to start in some time. Interesting update coming in. Let's pull out the Nifty and as well as Nifty Bank to see how much changes has happened. The moment the announcement had come in, we had seen a decline coming in overall the numbers, both Nifty and Nifty Bank, but then a little bit of recovery coming in. Just a short check, it's still flat, so we'll try to understand, but Nifty Bank's technical setup still seems slightly better. Let's just pull out the top gainers in the Nifty, what's happening in the stock specific moves, and then we'll take you slowly to the RBI press conference as well. Largely it's even Stevens in both sides. Reliance, HDFC Bank kind of pulling it down, but on the other hand the financials doing really well. Let's pull out the Nifty Bank constituency to show you what's happening there. And largely a good buying was seen earlier, especially in the smaller names. On the other hand, HDFC Bank is a drag, but ICICI Bank is in the green, so there is a tussle there, and that is why we are seeing Nifty Bank in a small range. PNB, AU Small Finance Bank, Canara Bank, all doing well in trade as well. Let's pull out the sectoral heat map also to give you the entire picture of the whole day's trade, what's actually happening. A major announcement coming in is that the FPI easing of the taxes announcing also, and that is why if you just pull out the Indian rupee and the bond, that's where you'll show how much changes is happening. But let's move on. The RBI MPC's press conference is starting. Over to you.
The market is pouring its congratulations. I wanted to know if you can give us some more details on the ECB and FCNR scheme, especially FCNR. Last time it was excused from CRR and SLR, and banks were allowed to give loans and get their customers to raise FCNR. So it was not just their money; even leveraged was allowed. Can you just elaborate, because that will give an idea of how much they can expect? And the details. And anyway, what is an idea of the flows? Sorry, what kind of flows? Sorry, it's a sales call. What kind of flows are you all expecting with everything, ECB, FCNR, and the other steps that you'll have announced, NRI, etc.? Thank you, sir.
The details we will come out, shortly. We are still, working out the details, but broadly, the contours were already mentioned. In terms of CRR and SLR, that dispensation will certainly be given. Other than that, I don't think there is any change, in the regulatory dispensation. So that whatever is, whatever is the existing dispensation regulation with regard to that, there is no special dispensation for that. In terms of the quantum, we are hopeful of reasonable and good. We are not targeting any particular amount, but we do expect healthy flows, both from ECB and other various measures have been announced today. So as a result of all these measures, we expect healthy flows, not only in this period of 3 to 4 months that we have given short window for ECBs and FCNRB deposits, but there have been other measures for equity as well as government bonds. So all put together, we are quite, and there were other measures, which were taken even earlier, whether it is in terms of the ECB, liberalized ECB scheme that we brought in, and the measures that I mentioned in my monetary policy statement with regard to government initiatives in terms of the trade agreements, etc. All those put together, we are quite confident of very healthy, a much better BOP this year as compared to what it would have been otherwise.
Thank you, sir. We'll take some more questions from our left side before we come to the right side. I now request Manojit Saha from Business Standard to ask his question. Manojit, please.
Thank you, sir. Now, can we assume that for the time being, since you have not mentioned that when the RBI expects inflation to come back to 4%, can we expect that RBI now put that 4% target in abeyance for the time being and more focused on the range like we did in COVID times? Because from the speech, I think it's evident that you're more concerned with growth rather than inflation. So is the 4% target is kept in abeyance for the time being?
No, the target is not in abeyance at all. It's a target which is sacrosanct for us. It's a target which the government has given to us. It was reviewed. It remains 4%. And that is what our endeavor is. But keep in mind that this target, it's to be met, over a period. It's a medium term kind of a target. And it is not advisable to take action for each and every small or large, especially small, deviations from the target, because that can have consequences which can be disproportionate for growth. So our target remains the same. It is 4%. It is to be met over a period of time. And as mentioned, we will be data dependent. We have to watch and see as to whether this shock supply, because it's a supply shock, whether its effect is going to persist or whether it is going to wane away. So we are watching for that. And I think the details are already there, in my monetary policy statement. We'll be very watchful if inflation is getting generalized, building into expectations, and accordingly, take action.
The concern is the real rate is now very, very small or even negative. So,
see, as I mentioned to you, we have to look at it over a little longer period. It's not possible, nor is it desirable. It's neither possible nor is it advisable to have it pegged, in a very small range, and that's why we have this range. The range of 2 to 6% is primarily for this purpose. That while the endeavor, the focus, the target is 4%, but there can be fluctuations around that, and we don't, if they are really fluctuations, then we don't, and it's the effect, and the inflation is coming down on its own, then we don't apply, monetary policy tools which will have other adverse consequences.
Thank you.
I will, in interest of everyone's time, let's restrict ourselves to one question at a time, and then if there is time and the question has not been asked by anyone else, then we come back. Okay?
Thank you, sir. I now request Anup Roy from Bloomberg to ask his question. Anup, please.
Thank you, sir. Sir, in a recent interview, you have said that rupee is undervalued. So what is, as per your estimate, the fair value?
Which interview are you talking about?
In Mint interview, you have said rupee is perhaps undervalued. So
I've never said that rupee is undervalued. I think what you are referring to is the fact that I mentioned that, it may be, I think if I recall correctly, I said something to the effect that it is reasonable to think that it may not be, overvalued. And some people, of course, do say that it is, when they look at REIT, etc., then they do say that it is undervalued. So this is what I said. I never said that it is undervalued, but by some accounts, yes, it is undervalued.
So what could be the fair value if you have done any?
See, we don't have, as mentioned, our policy has been consistent. This question keeps coming up again and again, and we keep giving out the same answer. I don't have anything more to add than what I said in my monetary policy statement.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I now request Hamsini Karthik from Money Control to ask her question. Hamsini, please.
Thank you, Pritha. Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. My question is on deposit and lending rates. Earlier in your policies, you've said that at RBI you would endeavor to maintain rates at a certain level, which would be slightly low. You're not in a rush to increase rates. Would you continue to maintain that stand even today, given where geopolitical situations are and what other economies are doing with the monetary policy tools? And as an allied, I would also want to draw your attention to deposit rates. In your speech, you mentioned that there is a certain amount of hardening of lending and deposit rates as well. We recently had a very large private sector banks say that they had to resort to very competitive structuring of deposits to ensure that they're able to combat this excessive competition for deposit. Is that a practice at RBI that you would allow, that you're okay with? And given that deposit rates have continued to be very elevated, I mean, it has been a pressure to mobilize deposits. So I think we're in the third year of that. Where do you see some sort of a relief coming for banks?
See, as far as deposit rates are concerned, there is no regulation on that. So I'm not understanding as to the intent of your question.
I'd primarily like to understand, sir, is there a room based on the macro environment today where do you foresee low interest rates continuing to prevail in the country for a while? And what would be the allied impact of that on deposits?
Yeah, so see, that's futuristic. We will be data dependent, and we'll see, how the growth inflation dynamics plays out, as I've already mentioned. I think on rates, policy rates going forward, I'll not be able to give you more guidance than what was given in the statement and what I mentioned when I answered one of the previous questions.
Regarding competition for deposits, or any view that you have?
There is competition as far as, competition is healthy. Competition is good as long as it is transparent, as long as it is fair. Competition is good, and that should continue.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. I now request Ekta Suri from Z Business to ask a question. Ekta, please.
गुड आफ्टरनून सर, बहुत संक्षेप में सवाल पूछूंगी ताकि छोटे आंसर्स में ही कम समय हो जाए ज्यादा चीजें. सर, ये पूछना चाहूंगी कि एनआरआई डिपॉजिट्स को लेकर आरबीआई का कोई टारगेट है? और यहाँ पर हम क्योंकि बात कर रहे हैं कि हमारा फॉरेक्स रिजर्व रहे, तो मोदी जी ने भी अपील की थी कि सोना जो है लोग कम खरीदे. क्या आरबीआई गोल्ड मोनेटाइजेशन स्कीम को और ल्यूक्रेटिव बनाने के बारे में सोच रहा है? एंड जस्ट इफ टाइम अलाउज वन मोर क्रिस्प क्वेश्चन.
आपने दो क्वेश्चन पूछ लिए, तीसरा अगर समय रहा तो पूछिएगा. तो पहले मैंने कहा कि कोई हमारा इसके लिए लक्ष्य हमने कोई निर्धारित नहीं किया है, लेकिन हमें आशा है कि काफी स्वस्थ और अधिक मात्रा में हमारे को फ्लोज इसमें जो विभिन्न हमने जो मेजर्स जो हमने आज अनाउंस किए हैं उसकी वजह से आने चाहिए. दूसरा, आपका जो गोल्ड मोनेटाइजेशन के बारे में अभी कोई प्रस्ताव जो है उसके बारे में विचाराधीन नहीं है.
थैंक यू सर.
धन्यवाद सर. I now request Anurag Shah from ET Now Swadesh to ask his question. Anurag, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. सर, आम लोगों से जुड़ा हुआ एक सवाल समझना चाहूंगा सर, क्योंकि सर लोगों का आरबीआई पे भरोसा है और आप सही आंकलन कर सकते हैं. तो मौजूदा आर्थिक स्थिति को आरबीआई किस तरह से देखता है, कितनी चुनौतीपूर्ण है, और आरबीआई के लिए सर अब चिंता आगे चल के क्या रहेगी, ग्रोथ की रहेगी या महंगाई की रहेगी? क्योंकि सर ग्रोथ के आंकलन में आपने आज कहा कि बर्डन शेयरिंग जो होगी आगे चल के वो भी काफी महत्वपूर्ण होगी, वो भी ग्रोथ को तय करेगी। तो सर उसे कैसे देखते हैं? और सर आजकल भारत के अंदर काफी चर्चा चल रही है डॉलर के मुकाबले रुपए के स्तर को लेके, बुद्धिजीवी लोग, अर्थशास्त्री लोग, हर कोई अपनी राय दे रहा है। तो सर आरबीआई उसको कैसे देख रहा है? क्या ये एक बस प्रक्रिया का हिस्सा है? अगर भविष्य में, निकट भविष्य में वो 3 डिजिट का आंकड़ा भी होता है तो इट्स जस्ट अ नंबर, नथिंग मोर।
नहीं, देखिए, जो हमारी आर्थिक स्थिति है, जैसा कि हमने अपने वक्तव्य में भी कहा है, तो वो काफी सुदृढ़ है, बहुत सक्षम है, स्वस्थ है। ये जो एक ग्लोबल शॉक है वो उसमें भारत अकेला नहीं है। सभी देश जो है इससे इम्पैक्टेड हैं। जहां तक भारत की स्थिति है, हम तुलनात्मक दृष्टि से हम लोग न केवल अन्य देशों से तुलना की जाए, बल्कि पूर्व के इस प्रकार के जो शॉक्स हमारे सामने आए हैं, दोनों दृष्टि से हम लोग आज काफी बेहतर स्थिति में हैं। चाहे वो आर्थिक हमारी वृद्धि हो 6.5% से ऊपर, वो बहुत कम देशों की है, किसी की भी नहीं है। जो मेजर जो देश हैं, बड़े देश हैं, किसी की भी नहीं है। और जहां तक मुद्रास्फीति की आपने बात करी, तो मुद्रास्फीति निश्चित रूप से जो है इससे बढ़ेगी, क्योंकि अगर ऑयल के प्राइसेस बढ़े हैं तो वो सब जगह पे बढ़ रहे हैं। लेकिन यही उम्मीद कर सकते हैं कि ये ज्यादा लंबे समय तक नहीं रहे, काफी अनिश्चितता है, तो उसके बाद में हमारे को मालूम चलेगा। लेकिन जो हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था की स्थिति है वो काफी सुदृढ़ है, वृद्धि अच्छी है, हमारे बैंक्स वो सक्षम है, सुदृढ़ है, हमारा जो कॉरपोरेट जगत है उसके पास में भी उनकी जो बैलेंस शीट्स हैं वो भी बहुत स्वस्थ हैं। बाहरी जो स्थिति है, आपने रुपए के बारे में बात की, तो वो भी हमारे जो फॉरेक्स रिजर्व्स हैं वो हमारे पास में पर्याप्त मात्रा में है, और 11 माह का जो हमारा आयात, गुड्स का जो आयात है उसको कवर करने के लिए पर्याप्त है। कुल मिलाकर के हम काफी बहुत अच्छी स्थिति में हैं, और हम काफी विश्वस्त हैं कि इस स्थिति से हम लोग अच्छी तरह से हम न केवल निपटेंगे, बल्कि इस स्थिति को एक अपने लिए एक अपॉर्चुनिटी मानते हुए और अधिक हम अपने आप को सक्षम और सुदृढ़ बनाएंगे, ताकि इस प्रकार की जो क्राइसिस या शॉक्स आते हैं उनको हम बेहतर और अधिक बेहतर तरीके से निपट सकें।
धन्यवाद सर. Sir, we'll now take a few questions from the right.
Yes.
I'll request Sangeeta Mehta from Economic Times to ask a question. Sangeeta, please.
Thank you. Sir, given that influx of inflows that might happen because of the measures announced, what kind of system level liquidity you think would be appropriate in the current scenario, and do you expect banks to pass on the benefits of hedging costs to the customers respective?
Yes, I do expect them to pass on some of the benefits of hedging, and that will result in good flows. Liquidity, as I've mentioned, we will provide the appropriate amount of liquidity so that credit in the system, not only bank credit but other bonds, etc., also can be provided to meet the needs of the economy. There's no level that we generally target. You have seen we gave about 2.6 lakh crore of liquidity in the last 2 months since we have met, and we'll continue to provide appropriate liquidity as is needed.
Thank you, sir. I'll now request Jasprit Kalra from Thomson Reuters to ask a question. Jasprit, please.
Thank you, sir. So, you've announced measures aimed at garnering capital inflows today,
RBI, FCNR, ECB, etc. Are you also considering measures to slow down outflows, perhaps through restrictions on liberalized remittance schemes, overseas debt investments? Is that something under consideration? And because some of my peers took the liberty, I hope you'll allow me. You speak a lot about inflation expectations. In the recent data that we've seen in RBI surveys, they've started to drift up. How do you sort of closely track that? Are there supplementary tools that you're looking to maybe measure inflation expectations in more real time to be able to stay ahead of that curve? Thank you.
See, as and when, first of all, there is no, such measure right now under consideration to restrict any kind of, capital flows, outflows. On your second question, which is related to inflation expectations, we do our household surveys, so that is the primary source, through which we get the data. And other than inflation expectations, the prices, when they are passed on, that can also have some element of expectations built into it, apart from, the service that we do. So we monitor those very closely. And we'll continue to do that and take
from
action.
the companies to the consumers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll now request Piyush Shukla from NDTV Profit to ask his question. Piyush, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, Governor, DGs. Thanks, Blitzer. Sir, we understand the updated list of NBFCs is yet to come out. You have issued categorization draft circular. There are views on, floating around on one CIC which has applied for deregistration as well. When can we expect the upper, the next upper layer list to come out? And if you could allow me to ask, because this is the largest private bank of country, we have seen a lot of developments happening with regard to how its governance is being played out. Is the regulator concerned in any manner on this particular aspect? Thank you.
See, we don't, you are aware, we don't, answer any entity or bank specific questions. We are more, we are looking at, system level things. So that's, on your second part of the question. Your first part
updated layer of.
See, the list is there already, right? So it continues till the time, we have a new list.
When will we have it? So suppose it gets updated on a yearly basis. That's why I'm asking.
So we'll do it shortly.
Thank you, sir. I'll now request Ankur Mishra from ET Now to ask his question. Ankur, please.
Thank you, Blitzer, for the opportunity. Good afternoon, Governor. You mentioned during the monetary policy statement that the crude oil prices has been more than the assumptions which were there in the last monetary policy. I want to understand what is the assumption now. Apart from that, you also mentioned about the exchange rate policy, where you are saying about speculative pressures and how Reserve Bank of India responds to that. In the past, you have taken few measures regarding the same. Are there more measures which are expected from Reserve Bank of India?
No, there are no specific measures, but as I have mentioned, in case they are required, especially to curb speculative kind of a behavior, then we will take them in case they are required. Assumption for crude is $95 to a barrel, so it's changed, from our previous ones and previous assumption, and that is one of the reasons, why inflation is higher. Projected inflation is higher.
Thank you, sir. I now request Shayan Ghosh from Mint to ask his question. Shayan, please.
Governor, on the issue of deposits, generally, what has happened with the bank, they also justified it as an industry practice. My question is, as an industry
practice?
The practice of giving differential interest rates and masking it probably.
No, our policy, we do allow differential interest rates.
Right.
So sorry, please complete your question.
On a systemic level, I was asking because they justified it saying that it's an industry practice. Is RBI okay with an industry practice like that? Where you give differential interest rate but route it through something else?
I think you are referring to some individual specific instance, bank, which we don't comment on. However, as I've mentioned, I think perhaps now the earlier question, I think they are too connected, that they are connected. So, we have a very consistent and a very clear policy for deposits as to when they can have differential rates. I think for certain categories of people like, senior citizens, depending on tenor and things like that, you can have differential rates. I'll ask one of my colleagues, to tell you on what basis you can have differential rates. But they have to be transparent at the same time. You have to display them to everyone clearly. And any differential rate beyond that is certainly, if someone is giving, is certainly not acceptable.
Thank you, sir. I'll now request K. Ramkumar from Hindu Business Line to ask his question. Ramkumar, please.
Why is this concessional swap facility for raising ECBs restricted only to public sector undertakings? Why not extend it to even the private sector, actually? Yeah.
See, the public sector the public sector entities are a special category, and they are more, in areas where we feel the needs where the needs, of the economy are more. And the benefits are also, passed on to the general public because they are catering more, to public utilities, infrastructure. So the benefits go to a much larger section of society when we give it to the public sector undertaking. If you give it to private, then the benefits are not as widely dispersed as they are when we give such kind of a benefit to the PSUs.
Thank you, sir. I now request Mayur Shetty from Times of India to ask his question. Mayur, please.
Thank you, sir. Governor, you announced a whole lot of measures to attract fixed income inflows. Do you see a role for interest rates here? In the past, whenever such measures were taken, there were higher rates offered to attract capital. Or do you expect banks to offer better returns under these schemes?
Yes, obviously. Because I think one of you asked, this will enable banks to increase the deposit rates for the non-resident and the OCI depositors.
This is despite the reduced interest rate differential between India and
Yes.
Thank you, sir. We now take the remaining questions from the left side. I'll request Falakna Sayyed from Deccan Chronicle to ask a question. Falakna, please.
Good afternoon, Governor. Thank you for the opportunity. Sir, there's a 50 basis points upward revision in baseline CPI inflation forecast with upside risk. So this strengthens the case for a rate hike in the next meeting. And also, if you look at the bond market, they are factoring 3 rate hikes. The yields are now around 7%, 10-year benchmark yields.
So what's your question?
So the question is that it's strengthening the 50 basis revision in with upside risk in CPI. It's strengthening a case for a rate hike in the next meeting.
In the next meeting or later, whether it strengthens the case or not, I don't know. But obviously, I mean, it's adverse. It's more adverse, than it was previously. Certainly, yes. Whether it strengthens the case will depend on many other things, as already mentioned. We'll have to see whether it is actually getting generalized. It's not, as I mentioned, again and again. It's not, just one. If it is a one-time increase, then you look through. But if it is getting generalized, it is getting persistent, it is getting into expectations, then is the time, to act. So, for that, we have to wait and we have to watch.
Thank you, sir. I now request Krishna Kaushik from Financial Times to ask his question. Krishna, please.
Hi, good afternoon, sir. So I wanted to understand, you mentioned that there's a good environment for private capital investments to grow. But have you seen private capital expenditure growing? Because there has been a bit of a frustration on the government side on that as well. The private entities are not investing enough. Along with that, why do FDI inflows remain negative? You mentioned that in the first 3 months or the first 2 months till now, basically, it's been about $14 billion that has outflown. So why are these two things? Can you just comment on that, sir?
See, investments are healthy. If you look at data, the data, for the second advanced estimates for last year, and even if you look at some of the high frequency indicators in terms of capital goods imports, production, H1 numbers of fixed asset growth, H1 was very good. It was in 2 digits. H2 has moderated, but still it's high single digits. So if you look at all these indicators, it's decent. Of course, there is always scope for more. Inflows also have been
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT,
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices.
And here's where you can watch us.
We'll be traveling back to Delhi first thing tomorrow morning, where we'll be meeting with Minister Goyal, and we're very optimistic. Look, we're 99% there. The last 1% we're working on.
So SBI AMC, is there a timeline yet for the IPO?
We hope to do sometime during this year. Okay. We are just waiting for the regulatory approvals.
In the near future, it looks sustainable, but it all depends on the environment and the war. So if it really deteriorates and one doesn't have any idea of when will it end, every day you get hopes and the next day the hopes are dashed.
There is a cost impact, and I would say there's a 100 crore cost impact, but I think that we've repriced some of our services to build in the inflation that's come from that.
But if you could give us some details about what that 1% is.
That's a great question. You must be with the media. Are you? What outlet?
NDTV Profit.
Great question.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairing a committee of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
Gender parity to be reflected while we choose leadership as well.
It's also important that how they are reshaping the industries.
We got a fantastic jury, and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business owners. Find out on 3rd July at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Reports with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook?
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You're watching Trending Stocks with me, Hira Dadia, and Sharad Dubey, who's standing at the Profit Market Pit. Sharad, good afternoon. A very interesting day of trade with what's coming from the RBI. A major relief when you're talking about the FIs. But one interesting aspect is that this is coming when you talk about the bond, the debt market. The other aspect now is, will there any relief come in when you talk about the equity market or not? And you have the corporate bond side which has been left away from this. So there is a partial relief is what you're talking in. The quantum of money that could be coming in from the FPIs is anyone's guess yet. But interesting moves there.
Well, yes, good afternoon, Hiral, for that. But markets are not actually cheering this. Of course, a lot of volatility was there, but markets stuck in that 180-point range. This is where the action happened. RBI MPC meet, and Hiral, you mentioned about the FPI tax easing. But is it enough? That's the question. You mentioned corporate bond is not included, and everybody's waiting. Is there any LTCG? Positive news flow coming in. Until that doesn't come, I don't think so the market is going to reward, and it's just flat right now. Nifty Bank, remember, it's an interest rate sensitive theme, and that has done well. That has picked up, and it's still better placed as compared to Nifty as well. So today is the day where interest rate sensitive stocks are doing well, but so much of macro data. And remember, today macro data will continue coming more as well. Markets are remaining volatile. Nifty Bank's setup is much better than Nifty going ahead. But if you look at much more details about it, I would like to show the SMIDs, they are doing well. The 3:2 ratio is there in favor of bulls, and that is showing a good strength as well. So overall, the market, that is doing well. RBI MPC, the rates are remain unchanged. The stance is neutral, but of course, the tone is developing a little bit on the hawkish side. Apart from this, also the interest rate sensitives are rallying. Realty, PSU Bank, all of them doing well in trade. Apart from that, slight selling coming in metal, telecom and the IT names, but nothing much to be concerned about. All of these, the sectoral indices falling almost 1% but rupee is strengthening after the FPI tax relief announcement. So that is one of the best positive takeaways for the day today as of now. And on the other hand, if you look at the yields, those yields have also actually, kind of cooled off as well. FinMin has announced the FPI non-resident benefits as well, and this is what the overall view is coming in. But nevertheless, a lot of other ideas are also coming up. A US non-farm payroll data is coming tonight. That'll be pretty much interesting to watch out for. And at 4 p.m. today, India's GDP data also comes out. So yes, the markets might remain in a range-bound move, but we'll be expecting definitely, what these important macro data comes in. But nothing much to actually talk about, especially the geopolitical tensions are still a stalemate as well. So yes, macro data heavy moves, but nothing much on the indices. Action is on the small caps and mid caps.
Absolutely, that's where the action is. Let's pull up the mid cap and the small cap index in today's charts and see what's happening on that front. And I'll just look at the contributors of Nifty 50 post that. There you go. You saw that dip. I mean, it's been absolutely volatile. Marginal gains of around 0.2% coming in there on the 250 as well. Let's also see what's happening in terms of the Nifty 50 contributors. HDFC Bank, Bharti Airtel, Hindalco, Tata Steel. Wipro was one of the contributors there when we started off with trade, but that has turned as well. It's mainly, the metal pack which is contributing to the cuts. You have HDFC Bank from the private banking space. It's interesting to see that one. Versus ICICI Bank, Bajaj Finance and Axis Bank, which is providing that kind of support as well. So that's what the breadth is looking like. But let's look at the watch list. Bajaj Finance, it snapped a 5-day losing streak. Does that make it to be a stock of the day or not is the question we have today. HDFC Life, 7-day losing streak is what that counter is striked. Morgan Stanley is overweight when you talk about Titan. Hindalco looking at 1,000 crore revenue from Eternia, but the street is not seeming to be happy with that news and that stock is under pressure. A block deal is what we've seen in terms of Adani Enterprises. I think the buyers is going to be an interesting one to watch out for as to, funds that have looked at entering it, and likewise for Adani Energy as well. Paras Defense, lately you've been seeing a lot of order inflows that are coming in for a Paras Defense. In fact, we have been knowing about a drone contract that could be one of the largest in terms of this year for all of these companies, so they could be beneficiaries. Jyoti CNC buzzing on the back of volumes. Hinzink, a 2% OFS is being considered. PNB Gilts, no LTCG for FPIs on GSEX becomes a positive for a PNB Gilts. So that stock is also buzzing in trade as we speak. Z Entertainment, again, volumes buzzing. Tata Tele, you have Tata Sons, which is infused funds. Schneider Electric, that has broken a 5-day losing streak. But we spoke to our expert, and our expert was of the opinion that that's not a stock that could be on anyone's radar, at least on the charts. Wipro, it's the record date for the buyback, and hence you're seeing that kind of volatility. And BHEL, a 21,000 crore order is what the counter has got. So these are the stocks that we're watching out for in terms of trade today. But over to you, Sharad, to take the rapid fire with Akshay Bhagwat of JN Financial.
Thanks a lot, Hiral, for that. Akshay, it's always a pleasure to have you. Good afternoon. We'll start our rapid fire segment right now and we'll talk about Hindalco. Interesting news coming, 1,000 crore revenue coming from Eternia, but wanted to take your views at least on the positional setup for the stock.
Good afternoon, Sharad. So positional setup is overbought, hence we are seeing some bit of profit taking. So slight downside till 1075 is likely. Longer term is still positive, technical structure is still positive.
Yes, another stock, BHEL, a very large order announcement coming in from the company. Of course, there was a little bit of volatility in this counter last month, but how do you see this counter playing out right now? Anything on the charts?
So short term, we are near a support zone, 380, 385 support zone, and a pullback or a recovery is again likely from these levels.
Next stock is Wipro. Very volatile the IT entire setup was, and now a little bit of selling pressure also coming in, some adverse news flows coming up. Do you think there's more areas or chance to fall in this stock?
It's range bound. Today's downside is primarily because of the buyback, and I think it should settle down somewhere around 190.
Right. Next stock, Titan. That's on focus. The management commentary was also there, and largely it seemed neutral. That's what the street was looking at. But anything over here, it has been it has seen a good sell-off from its highs level as well.
Yeah, but yesterday there was good buying. I think 4200 is a good support, and we can see buying getting back into this counter around 4200 for targets of 4400.
Right. And Akshay, the next stock is Delivery. Just wanted to get your views on this stock as well. Some volume moves were there. Will it still remain in that consolidation phase, or are you seeing any kind of a breakout or breakdown?
So it's neutral right now. 440 and 460 is the range. It will continue to trade in this range. So there is no breakout in sight on this.
Right, that's pretty interesting. That's the end of the rapid fire round. Over to you, Hiral. What are the Google trending stocks?
You know, I'm going to see whether it's going to be stocks that are trending on Google or what the RBI has done that is trending on Google. Let's see in terms of individual names as well. Rajesh Exports and IFCI, there are only two stocks that are trending on Google. So that is telling you what the street is actually searching for, because initially our data was indicating on Google Trends as well that the searches with regards to RBI decision was something which was trending versus the inflation. So people were not really very concerned to that extent with what's happening to inflation versus when that was the scenario probably a couple of weeks ago. But it's just two counters. Rajesh Exports, for obvious reasons, the stock is absolutely trading flat. IFCI is another one which you're looking at. I don't know whether to take any of these names as well, but let's actually look at IFCI. Anything that you like on this one?
So technically, IFCI is strong. 3 days of consecutive one-way rally backed by strong volumes. So clearly buying intent is seen on charts. 75 is the short-term trading support, and one can continue to hold or buy for potential short-term targets till 90.
So that's with regards to where IFCI goes. Thank you, Akshay, for joining in. Always a pleasure to speak to you as well. You know, one of the other counters that we've been talking about is a PNB Gilts as well on the back of the FPI relief that has come in, and as we know, that company becomes a beneficiary. It has cooled off from the day's highest levels, 4.5% down uptick coming in there. Let's actually first go across to Narendra Solanki, I beg your pardon, Head Fundamental Research from Anand Rathi. Narendra, welcome to the show. My question to you is with regards to where PNB Gilts is concerned. What would you advise investors to do basis the RBI announcement that has come in, or the government and the RBI have made a joint announcement when you talk about the relief that is coming in for the FIs? How big a beneficiary would a PNB Gilts be, number one? And two, at current levels, would you say it will be an interesting buy?
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, first of all, disclaimer, we do not have any active recommendation and coverage on PNB Gilts. Now, coming to the RBI announcement, it is definitely a positive, sentimentally positive step, especially for the fixed income markets, and it has potential to increase the inflows, especially from the FIs in our long-term GSEC market. Now, coming to the PNB Gilts, it generally acts as a mediator and enabling the buying selling of the GSECs. So if the FI flows improves because of this announcement, then I think there is a potential of its revenue increasing in terms of increased turnover. Hence, the company is one of the beneficiaries of the announcement if the FI inflows potentially increase from the current level.
So that's with regards to PNB Gilts. Stay with us. In fact, as we know that the government is rolling out a big reform push to deepen India's bond market making, sovereign debt far more attractive for foreign investors is what you're seeing. Let me head across to my colleague Shrimi, who's getting us all the details. Shrimi, first step, congratulations on that story break as well that you gave us yesterday in terms of the announcements that were expected. If you could just take us through all the announcements that have come in.
Well, absolutely. The government has announced a sweeping set of reforms aiming at making India a more attractive destination for global capital, with the biggest takeaways being a complete tax exemption for foreign investors on income and gains from the government securities. Effective from April 1st, 2026, foreign portfolio investors will no longer paying the 12.5% long-term capital gains tax on the government securities. The government has also scrapped the 20% withholding tax on interest income from these bonds. Now, in effect, returns from eligible Indian government securities will become absolutely tax-free for foreign investors. So that's one. Further, the government has also, under FEMA rules, eased investment rules for persons residents outside India, which is PROIs, to invest in equities via the portfolio investment scheme. Now, while the investment limit for an individual PROIs in a listed companies has been increased to 10% from existing 5%. The combined limit for all individual PROIs has been raised sharply to 24% from existing 10%. On the debt market side also, the government has widened fully accessible routes by including 15-year, 30-year, 40-year government securities as well as sovereign green bonds. It has also removed several restrictions, that foreign investor had long sought to be eased, including the short-term investment limits, the concentration limits and the security-wise caps in the government securities. While these restrictions have been lifted, the overall FPI's investment cap, and that's very important, remain unchanged at 6% for central government securities and 2% for state government securities. The government has also merged the existing general and long-term investment categories for FPIs in government securities, simplifying, of course, the overall framework. So taken together, the measures mark one of the most significant liberalization steps for foreign investors in recent years, and that's what Finance Ministry highlighting, signaling the government intent to deepen, India's bond market, improving ease of sentiments, and of course strengthening the India's position in the global capital markets. But we need to see the revenue impact as well. So we are waiting for more information, and let's see how this will unfold.
Thanks a lot, Shrimi, for that, and we'll keep you updated on this important announcement coming in from the government. But moving on, another stock in focus is Hindalco. We had mentioned earlier about its company Eternia. Now, this is an arm of the company itself, and they have given a revenue target. Parth, could you just decode what's happening here?
Sure. So Eternia is a brand by Hindalco in which they offer premium, in which they try to target the premium aluminium windows. So what has happened is they have launched a new flagship center in New Delhi, and by this they are trying to expand this segment. Eternia has already delivered around a 65% CAGR for Hindalco in the last 3 years, and now they are targeting a revenue of 1,000 crores by FY29. Now this is interesting because India's windows market is valued at around 40,000 crores currently, and it is kind of fragmented right now. So Hindalco is trying to capture the majority of the market share in the India's windows market. They are targeting the premium side of the windows market, which is growing at a CAGR of 15% right now, and this move will strengthen Hindalco's downstream play from their currently heavily focused commodity aluminium business.
Thanks a lot, Parth, for that. So minor, you could say, an announcement coming in, but just wanted to understand the fundamental triggers for Hindalco. Narendra, just wanted to take your views, because one overhang of Oswego plant restarting earlier is also something which the street liked earlier, through 3 weeks ago. How do you see Hindalco going ahead?
Yeah, definitely. We have a hold rating on the stock, as we see that the momentum would be momentum shifting from Novelis to the domestic operations, where we would be seeing the scale up in the operations, and we also have already factored, and the markets have already factored in the improvement in the metal prices and the kind of rally we have seen in the performance of the stock. I think we might see some consolidation in the near to medium term. And the kind of rally which we have seen, I think rally would be more into a consolidation mode. Hence, we have a hold rating on the stock.
There's a hold rating coming in for Hindalco, but another stock which should be in your radar is BHEL. A 21,000 crore order coming in. This is a quite large order. So decode this. We are, of course, joined in by Shivam. Shivam, make us understand how big this order is and what's the order book status looking like?
Yes, BHEL has won an order of around 21,000 crore, and this order is from Meja Urja Nigam Private Limited, which is a joint venture between NTPC and Uttar Pradesh Rajya Vidyut Utpadan Nigam Limited. Now this order is for EPC contract, and this is for 3 supercritical thermal power plants, and this order timeline is to be executed within 70 months, and this is a second order win for the company, as yesterday also BHEL has signed a contract with Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemicals for supply of 8 gas turbines, which is worth around 2,000 to 2,500 crores. So this is a major order win for the company.
Thanks a lot, Shivam, for that. But over to you, Hiral.
So much, Jared, for that. In fact, interesting moves when you're seeing in terms of BHEL, a lot of positivity there as well. Narendra, your views when it comes to BHEL, the order itself is very large. But if you have to look at valuations, at execution, a good buy at current levels?
Yeah, again, a disclaimer, we do not have any recommendation or coverage on the stock, but yeah, if you see the recent order wins and the kind of traction the company is getting, I think from both from the power sector perspective and from the Vande Bharat sleeper trains orders also. So I think the order wins are great, and now the market would be eyeing how the execution is pans out. So that would be the critical thing to watch out for. I think as far as valuations are concerned, I think most of the improvement in the business is priced in, and I think now the execution would play a critical role going ahead.
That's the level coming in right now. BHEL, of course, from the day's high level, little bit of correction also coming in, almost flattish levels. But another stock in focus is Titan. They had done an analyst meet, and interesting takeaways are there. And to decode that, we are joined in by Mahima. Hi, Mahima. What's new in this analyst meet of Titan?
So, of course, the analyst meet happened yesterday, but a lot of the presentation, of course, came after market hours. And I think the key takeaway was that the revenue and EBIT growth up till FY30, they're expecting that to be at 20% on such a high base. Plus, they're expecting 16% EBIT CAGR. They're expecting market share gains to reach to 11% versus that of an 8.5% now. They're expecting a revamp and increase in retail stores, 60 stores of Tanishq and Carrot Lane combined together. Plus, they plan to add around 1,400 stores of Titan plus Carrot Lane combined together till FY30. Carrot Lane revenue is expected to grow at a CAGR of 23%. The mass also by calendar year 29, they're expecting a 2 times revenue growth. And overall, they aspire to see a 20% CAGR in watch business and eyewear business. They're expecting a 22% top line CAGR by FY30 and an EBIT CAGR of 25%. But of course, the key underline being that the gold prices don't remain this high and volatile. They've said that this is something that they'll be watching out for in terms of macro factors.
Thanks a lot, Mahima, for that. Interesting space. She tracks for the consumption and the jewelry space. So we'll give you more updates on that and the industry as it comes. Over to you, Hiral.
Okay, so that's with regards to Titan. Narendra, any view when it comes to Titan?
See, right now, no view on the stock, but yeah, both the results as well as yesterday's updates were very encouraging for the company and the businesses, wherein they are targeting their revenue to grow twice, which means a 20% CAGR growth rate. And the store expansion is also very aggressive from 800 to 1400. So if the company achieves these targets, then I think the returns for the shareholders would be very decent. Going ahead in the medium to long term.
Okay, so that's Titan. Moving on, Indigo has temporarily suspended flights to 6 international destinations as a part of the network optimization. And they've cited softer seasonal demand and higher costs. Services to Langkawi, Krabi, Ho Chi Minh City, Hong Kong, Shanghai from July 1 and some of the other regions from 3rd of July will be paused till the 30th of September. My colleague Danish with us to share more details. Danish, what are you picking up? The stock is down nearly a little over %.
Indigo has announced temporary suspension of operations to 6 international destinations, and most of these are in Southeast Asia. From the 1st of July, flights to and from Langkawi, Krabi, Ho Chi Minh, Hong Kong and Shanghai will be suspended. And from the 3rd of July, flights to and from Siem Reap will be suspended, and this will happen till the 30th of September. And Indigo has also said that in the coming few weeks, if the external working environment improves, then the airline will restart flights to these destinations much sooner than it is planned. Besides this, the airline has assured that despite the cancellation to these 6 international destinations, the weekly international departures will remain to be over 1,800 weekly flights. And why Indigo is doing this, one of the reasons is the impact of the West Asia crisis. And besides this, the upcoming few months are also considered as a lean period for the aviation industry, and hence this step has been taken by the airline. And the announcement of cancellation or rather suspension of these flights to these 6 destinations is coming a day after the airline had announced cancellation of operations to and from Manchester.
Thanks a lot, Danish, for that. Narendra, I just wanted to get your views on Interglobe Aviation. The stock seems to be, after this correction coming in, it is there in a consolidation phase. But as we are going towards the next quarter, that seems to be like the road is going to get a little bit tougher for this counter, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. In short term, things are volatile, both because of rising, because of heightened ETF prices overall. But if you see the long-term story that remains intact, the international expansion is on the cards. The domestic market share, which the Indigo is dominating at around 65%, which we see it would continue to do well going ahead also. So medium to long term, the investors, those who have a time horizon of more than 1 year, can continue to remain invested. We also have a buy rating and positive outlook for the long term. But the short term and near term challenges and volatilities would continue to remain for at least 1 or 2 quarters. And beyond that, I think performance should start improving for the company.
All right. Thanks a lot for that, Narendra. And we are running out of time. That's all, folks, for the show. From me, Hiral, and the entire team which has put together Trending Stocks, stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices.
And here's where you can watch us.
We'll be traveling back to Delhi first thing tomorrow morning, where we'll be meeting with Minister Goyal, and we're very optimistic. Look, we're 99% there. The last 1% we're working on.
So SBI AMC, is there a timeline yet for the IPO?
We hope to do sometime during this year. Okay. We are just waiting for the regulatory approvals.
In the near future, it looks sustainable, but it all depends on the environment and the war. So if it really deteriorates and one doesn't have any idea of when will it end, every day you get hopes and the next day the hopes are dashed.
There is a cost impact, and I would say there's a 100 crore cost impact, but I think that we've repriced some of our services to build in the inflation that's come from that.
But if you could give us some details about what that 1% is.
That's a great question. You must be with the media. Are you? What outlet?
NDTV Profit.
Great question.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairing a meeting of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
Gender parity to be reflected while we choose leadership as well.
It's also important that how they are reshaping the industries.
We got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to.
Hello and welcome to the special show that you're watching on NDTV Profit. India is making a strong pitch for global debt flows to come into India. By scrapping the taxes on foreign investors, government bond investments, the centre is really aiming to make Indian G-Secs more competitive, attractive as well as liquid in global portfolios. Meanwhile, the government has also opened the doors wider for the foreign investors, easing the investment limits and expanding the access routes. The move is designed to really improve the market depth, encourage the long-term flows and broaden the participation in India's bond market. To discuss more, we have a whole host of investors as well as experts really joining us on the show. But let's first hear out the RBI governor on this particular decision on slashing the FPI tax on bonds. Let's listen in.
We are expanding the universe of specified securities by including all new issuances of 15, 30 and 40-year tenor G-Secs. Till now, only securities, government securities up to 10-year tenor were included. In addition, limits pertaining to short-term investment, concentration, and individual securities on FPI investment under the general route are being removed. The government recently, this morning, has provided tax benefits to government securities. All these measures together should help attract foreign capital for government borrowing.
All right, so it's a big reform coming in the taxation on the bond market. Government is rolling out this big reform push to really deepen the Indian bond market, making it much more robust and with larger participation, especially from the dollar economy, making sovereign debt far more attractive for the foreign investors. And this sweeping set of tax changes, FIIs, will now enjoy zero tax on both the interest as well as the capital gains from G-Secs. Let's take it across to my colleague Shrimi, who has been really focusing on this particular development very, very closely, tracking it there, and breaks down what this means for the flows and yields in the rupee movement going forward. Shrimi, tell us.
Well, absolutely. The government has announced a sweeping set of reforms aiming at making India a more attractive destination for global capital, with the biggest takeaways being a complete tax exemption for foreign investors on income and gains from the government securities. Effective from April 1st, 2026, foreign portfolio investors will no longer paying the 12.5% long-term capital gains tax on the government securities. The government has also scrapped the 20% withholding tax on interest income from these bonds. Now, in effect, returns from eligible Indian government securities will become absolutely tax-free for foreign investors. So that's one. Further, the government has also, under FEMA rules, eased investment rules for persons residents outside India, which is PROIs, to invest in equities via the portfolio investment scheme. Now, while the investment limit for an individual PROIs in a listed companies has been increased to 10% from existing 5%. The combined limit for all individual PROIs has been raised sharply to 24% from existing 10%. On the debt market side also, the government has widened fully accessible routes, by including 15-year, 30-year, 40-year government securities, as well as sovereign green bonds. It has also removed several restrictions that foreign investor had long sought to be eased, including the short-term investment limits, the concentration limits, and the security-wise caps in the government securities. While these restrictions have been lifted the overall FPI's investment cap, and that's very important, remain unchanged at 6% for central government securities and 2% for state government securities. The government has also merged the existing general and long-term investment categories for FPIs in government securities, simplifying, of course, the overall framework. So taken together, the measures mark one of the most significant liberalization steps for foreign investors in recent years, and that's what Finance Ministry highlighting, signaling the government intent to deepen, India's bond market, improving ease of sentiments, and of course strengthening the India's position in the global capital markets. But we need to see the revenue impact as well. So we are waiting for more information, and let's see how this will unfold.
All right, Shrimi, thanks so much for breaking it down for us. It's a big reform push for foreign investors to really be keen and attracted towards Indian bond market. Neeraj Gambhir, the Executive Director, Axis Bank, Dinesh Kanabar, CEO of Dhruva Advisors, Deven Choksi, MD at Dr. Choksi FinServ, join in now. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining in. Deven Choksi, my first question, before getting into the nitty-gritties of what this particular reform push really means, how much of a halo effect will this particular reform and lowering of taxation really have on the FII inflows on the equity market, and what is required there?
Yeah, good afternoon, Nisha. Well, I believe that I think the direct impact is not likely to be felt, but I think somewhere indirect impact will have to be analyzed. Assuming that RBI is not intervening while the inflow of dollar is taking place under these particular assumptions, of $30 to $40 billion inflow of money which could possibly come due to this particular taxation changes. Assuming that I think that money is entering into the system. So every $10 billion has a potential to basically give the rupee appreciation of between 25 bips to 40 bips. Now assume that I think it is $40 billion worth of inflow. Theoretically, I think we are talking about somewhere around close to 1.4, 1.5% kind of an appreciation, or 1.4, 1.5% appreciation, I think, which is basically theoretically possible, should RBI not intervene into this. Now, if that is a situation which is envisaged, and that is dependent on RBI's policy, of course, then that answer to your question would be that yes, some of the foreign investors who have been taking the money out, I think almost 2.5 lakh crore worth of money has been moved out. I think they may probably stop that particular route, and that is where I think you may see the stability come returning back of capital happens in the equity market. So yes, I think there is no direct answer to it, but I think it is subjective answer to what RBI takes hereafter. But the potential remains high as far as I think the foreign investors are concerned to bring the equity money back into the country.
Right, Deven, very well put. It will have some impact when it comes to the minds of the foreign investors in terms of India as an attractive destination, but whether it will solve the problem of FII outflows in the equity space, that needs to be seen. And Dinesh Kanabar, what does this really reform mean for the foreign investors when we position India and India's bonds?
So to my knowledge, Nisha, there have been multiple representations, at least over the last 3 years, which were made to the government, to the Ministry of Finance, to say that there is a deep interest that exists, whether it is sovereign wealth funds, whether it is FPIs, who would like to invest in long-term government bonds. That market exists. It's a fairly robust market. And the question was that the taxation of the interest at 20%, the capital gains, of course, are de minimis. It's really the interest which one is looking at here. The question was whether that 20% withholding tax in India is something which would deter the people from investing. So let me give you a concrete example. Let's assume that the rate of tax on GSEC is 6%. And if you have a 20% tax, then you are effectively looking at 4.8%. Now, when you look at that, most of these investors are not taxed in their home country. Therefore, they have no ability to take a credit for this in the home country. So this amount becomes a dead loss. Now, many of these come from tax treaty jurisdiction, where the rate of tax does go down from 20% to say 10% or 15%. But that, as you know, is a big challenge. How will you monitor? How will the custodian of the security monitor the eligibility to treaty? tax residence certificate. So again, we are getting into a number of things. And therefore, a representation was made originally to say that either you make the tax nil, or even if you don't, provide a fixed rate of tax so one is not subjected to vagaries of the tax treaty, etc. And I'm really glad that the government has heard these recommendations. We have a nil tax. What that effectively means is that whatever is the rate of interest paid by the government is the effective income of the investors. As the RBI governor rightly mentioned, we are increasing the tenure. Therefore, the money which is coming in is long-term money, stable money, which India would like to have, and therefore becomes fairly attractive. Again, because of nil taxation, there are no compliance issues, no need to file tax returns, no treaties, no nothing. Very, very welcome move.
Right, Dinesh, many aspects that you touched upon, and yes, a lot to discuss on that. But Neeraj Gambhir, what does this really mean for rupee in particular, and therefore the overall economic impact in terms of our forex reserves? And also the momentum has been seen from all the quarters of the government in making the debt market very robust in these trying times. Would you agree?
No, certainly. I mean, I think for the last, almost 2 years, we've been seeing very weak or negative equity flows, in the market. I've also seen net FDI turning steadily lower and lower and now close to zero. So equity flows have been weak. So it's the time for us to actually go for debt flows. Globally, fixed income markets are doing very well. Credit spreads are at their tightest levels. There is a lot of liquidity in the market. You've seen how much money big corporations in US are able to raise for their for their AI investments. So these are clearly very, very welcome moves. As Mr. Kanabar explained, that the total amount of impact in terms of earning for the foreign investor goes up by roughly 50-60 basis points to almost 120 basis points. So the spread that now government bonds offer over, let's say, US treasuries, because there is no tax impact, almost becomes like 150 basis points. So, 250 basis points. So I feel that this is a good incentive for the investors to start investing in domestic market. India is one of those few markets where you have long-term bonds, where you have bonds going all the way up to 40 years. Not many economies of the size of India offer that kind of duration, which is very, very attractive to insurance companies. So I feel that you will see some real long-term flows coming in as a result of this. I would also like to add that it's not just these set of moves that you have described which will have the impact on the market. There is parallelly, Reserve Bank has announced a whole bunch of measures with regard to the hedging cost for ECBs as well as hedging cost for the FCNRB deposits. I think those will have a much bigger impact on the capital flows into the country, particularly the debt flows into the country. And with these kind of flows coming in over the next 4 months, I do expect the rupee to start sort of, it'll have a lot of calming effect on the currency market. I do expect rupee to start having less volatility and maybe less need of intervention by Reserve Bank at the moment to make sure that it doesn't depreciate too much. And once the flows actually start coming in, it's possible that rupee may actually appreciate. Right. Of course, it depends upon what happens to the war and what happens to the crude oil prices.
That's right. Neeraj, you touched upon a very important point on the rupee stabilization and probably certain appreciation as well. Devin, it has been a chicken and egg kind of a story where FII outflows means rupee depreciating further, and rupee depreciating further also gives a very, jittery economic picture about India to the foreign investors. How much do you think rupee stabilizing and also appreciating will really impact the equity market momentum and therefore the foreign investor view on overall India foreign investments?
So here I think the two parts of foreign investment. One, of course, I think the underlying equity market in which they invest. And the second part is derivative market through which they are operating. A significantly large amount of volume is happening on the later side than in the underlying equity side. If underlying equity is the one where probably I think they're reducing their holding because they want to shift the portfolio out to some other parts of the world, given the kind of newer preferences of industries that they find in Taiwan, South Korea, or even for that matter Japan, in which I think they basically want to invest into new age universities, including semiconductors, AI at the same time, and the data centers. That's the reason for which underlying equity is being sold, swapped into those markets. But more importantly, I think what could possibly or what is going unnoticed in the marketplace today is a significantly large amount of operations carried out into the derivative market, which is the resultant cause of, I think, taking out the capital out of the markets. I think that's where probably I think we are required to take little more precautions. Maybe I think the plot is lost at this point of time, but I think some more precautions are required to be taken. Should that happen, my understanding is that Indian market would start attracting flows back because underlying growth assumption in the business, I think, remains absolutely intact. Valuations, at least in the frontline stocks, they remain quite comfortable today. And maybe if the kind of 15% growth that we are assuming in a normal situation, maybe I think we would be seeing the flow returning back into the market. That's what my take would be.
Right. So, Devin, very important because this is a big reform and it sends out a message to the investor community overseas as well. The dollar community, which we are trying to attract. Dinesh Kanabar, does it address the biggest pain point of uncertainty on taxation and also ease on even the interest income? All that is giving ease as well as higher returns, which is really addressing the two pain points that the investors have, especially in the debt market in India.
Very well said, Anisha. I think more than the tax, it's really the compliance burden and the uncertainty which creates a lot of complication. So, for example, assuming you were investing from a country with which India had a tax treaty and your rate of tax had come down from 20 to 10% or whatever be in that particular treaty, to get that treaty eligibility is a big pain. Will it be at a withholding stage? Is tax residence certificate sufficient? How will you prove your eligibility? Will you pay tax and withholding and then claim a refund? All of those becomes very big challenge. The very fact that you have to file a tax return in India, where you have nothing, no income other than interest income on government security, becomes a point where investors become very cagey as to whether or not they should invest. So apart from the fact that the yield itself has improved significantly, the fact that there is zero compliance burden, because now I don't need to really file a tax return at all. There is no such thing. I don't need to meet a custodian. I don't need a chartered accountant in India. I need nobody to give me advice. I'm simply sanguine that the interest which I have got is my income, nothing further to be done. And I do wish that even as we look at many of the other things on equity, it's a different subject, of course, altogether, that we are able to provide better certainty and ease of compliance to investors as we are doing for government securities.
All right. So even, using DTAA, the taxation treaties, as well as also routing through safe havens, all that cumbersome structuring, all that can be done away with this clarity coming in. Very well put, Dinesh Kanabar. Deven Choksi, what is required for the equity side to really become as robust and to also attract investors on that side? How grave is the situation and what would be your suggestions at this point?
Well, I guess I think the majority of it is basically being spelled out. When you look at Indian equity market and the taxation, Dinesh Bhai just alluded to this particular point. And in the debt market, I think equity side, you are charging, I think, significantly different taxes. I think the STTs, the LTCG, the STCG. And as a result of which, I think it really increases higher amount of burden. Whereas I think those horizons like Singapore or UAE for that matter, I think over there, I think these kind of taxes are not levied. In fact, I think STT is only unique to India. So from that particular perspective, yes, I think we are not giving a right signal to the outside world, for sure. We definitely have compulsion to collect money because of, I think, running the economy. But at the same time, I think the hardship which it causes to the investors is actually putting them off. And that is where I think they're swing very quickly this money out of the country and put somewhere else where they see the better opportunities. In my viewpoint, I think this procedural issue, if they can be addressed, the rest of the fundamentals are definitely remaining in place. Today, Nifty 50 at a valuation at which it is quoting, Probably historically, I think it has found buyers at such valuations, and I am not having doubt in my mind that at this valuation, I think it attracts fairly well, provided some of the hassles go away, and I think the opportunity once again resurface for investors to come back.
Right, more opportunity for investors to come back to India, and of course, hopefully, rupee stability will impact. Neeraj Gambhir, very quickly, the other measures which are also going to impact the rupee movement, and what's the in-house call after this particular announcement on the rupee appreciation and the levels that you're looking at, very quickly?
We don't have a house call on rupee appreciation because I think this is a short-term measure. It will have a short-term impact.
Right.
And then over a period of time, we will default back to the structural issue that we have, which is basically we have a current account deficit, which is going to become bigger because of crude oil prices. And we don't have, long-term flows like FDI at this point in time, net FDI flows. So we don't have an appreciation call. I think we could see some short-term appreciation, but once the flows are done with, then we could sort of move back to a depreciating territory. But hopefully this time around with lesser impact and much more milder depreciation than what we've seen in the past. Typically, rupee depreciates about 3 to 4% in a year, right? But that's adjusting for the inflation differential that we have between us and, let's say, US. Right now, the inflation differential is going to open up again. So maybe the pressure for depreciation will be there, but maybe not as much.
Neeraj, stay on. Piyush, my colleague who was right there at the RBI's press conference today, is joining in. Piyush, what are the specific sharp details on how rupee can really be impacted with today's announcements?
Nisha, the whole idea behind the measures that the RBI has launched is to attract dollar inflows and of course help rupee. The RBI has proposed that it will allow FPIs to now invest in 15-year, 30-year and 40-year GSECs, as against earlier they were only allowed to invest in 10-year GSECs. They have also eased the investment limit, the concentration limits, so that more FPIs can bring in money, and also they have introduced FCNRB deposits. They have said that they will bear the hedging cost for banks if they raise fresh FCNRB deposit. This move was done I think 11 or 13 years back last time. So these are very big major moves. In terms of inflows, yes, the governor did mention that they expect significant amount of dollars and foreign currencies to pour in. However, he said there is no particular target, and this facility, essentially, all these measures by both government and RBI are aimed towards, bringing in FII and FPI inflows.
All right, Piyush, thank you so much for joining us straight from the Reserve Bank of India headquarters. Neeraj Gambhir, Dinesh Kanabar, Devin Choksi, thank you so much for your expert take on this big set of announcement that has really come in, and more needs to be seen on what happens to attract the equity fund flows as well. That's on our radar, but definitely government has been looking at drawing in the moolah and attracting the dollars. Thank you so much for tuning in.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
We'll be traveling back to Delhi first thing tomorrow morning, where we'll be meeting with Minister Goyal. And we're very optimistic. Look, we're 99% there. The last 1% we're working on.
So SBI AMC, is there a timeline yet for the IPO?
We hope to do sometime during this year. We are just waiting for the regulatory approvals.
In the near future, it looks sustainable, but it all depends on the environment and the war. So if it really deteriorates and one doesn't have any idea of when will it end, every day you get hopes and the next day the hopes are dashed.
There is a cost impact, and I would say there's a 100 crore cost impact, but I think that we've repriced some of our services to build in the inflation that's come from that.
But if you could give us some details about what that 1% is.
That's a great question. You must be with the media. Are you? What outlet?
NDTV Profit.
Great question.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to. Get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company, weekdays at 11:30 a.m.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. My name is Varsha. Well, TVS supply chain is in focus. Now this is on the back of company, and that is TVS Supply Chain Solutions and ALA Group have partnered to build aerospace and defense supply chain platform in India. And this JV is actually targeting a cumulative revenues in excess of 2,000 crore by 2031. But to speak more about this and what's the opportunity lying ahead for the company, to tell us more about that, we are here joined by Mr. R. Dinesh, who is Executive Chairman at TVS Supply Chain Solutions, and Mr. Vikas Chadha, who is Global Chief Executive Officer at TVS Supply Chain Solutions. Well, gentlemen, welcome at NDTV Profit. Always pleasure to have you. The JV, which you have done, is this JV your entry, into a structurally high margin business?
Thank you, Varsha. Always a pleasure to meet you. Yes, actually, the way we would look at this joint venture is that we have been quite active in the defense space in supply chain in Europe and UK businesses. But from the aerospace sector, because it requires significant certification and I would call it deep customer relationships, we actually were looking for a right partner. And this partnership with ALA enables us to enter, as you said, not just a margin accretive space, but also a space which has got deep barriers for both entry and therefore deep relationship with the customers.
Right. Mr. Chadha, coming to you on this, you're entering aerospace and defense supply chains. Now, what makes this segment attractive at this point of time, number one? And, how does this JV change your positioning from a traditional logistics to a high value supply chain player?
Yeah, so first of all, Rasha, thanks for having us here on your show. The JV is entering into aerospace and defense, and this is a very nascent industry right now in India and is expected to grow 2x, 3x of the GDP as we have more offsets coming in and as we have more localized requirements coming in. The government is extremely focused on it. So yes, this is a great time for us to enter into this particular sector. And we are very confident that we will it will be margin accretive for us, and this will have a tremendous growth potential. As far as our overall portfolio is concerned, we are a supply chain end-to-end solutions provider and a one-stop shop for all the different sectors that we serve today. Aerospace and defense is not going to be any different. And we aim to serve all the Indian majors who are setting up defense setups here, all the global OEMs here, by supplying to them the parts and the knitting, etc., and all the capabilities, sub-assembly capability that is required.
Right. And, Mr. Dinesh, what exactly does ALA bring to the table, in terms of technology and global relationships? I mean, how will responsibilities be divided between TVS supply chain and ALA in this JV?
It's a very good question. So if you look at ALA, actually it has been started by someone 35 years ago, Vittorio Jenna, and he's someone, along with his team, who has built very deep customer relationships with almost all the aerospace manufacturers, starting with Dassault to Leonardo to others, which I think we spoke about as potential customers for us. So what ALA has done is not just build the deep relationships by just working with them. The sector requires, as you said, technological visibility right across the supply chain, usage of the parts in the right manner, making sure there is no, I would call it defects or any quality issues when it is actually supplied to the customer. So because they have been working with these customers, their technology speaks with the technology of the customers, and it is being integrated. So between TVS supply chains infrastructure, the network we have, and I would call it the capability we have in the supply chain space in India, I think this brings together the best of both worlds, if I can say that, because ALA has all the relationship with the manufacturers and also the vendors, if I can say that, of the components which we supply. So between these two, I think this gives us a compelling ability to work with the global customers and the Indian customers, which Vikas was referring to.
Right. And, you also mentioned, Mr. Chadha, also expanding to, international markets. Now, which geographies are priorities after India, and, can this JV become a global platform over time?
So I'll answer it in two parts. First, TVS Supply Chain Solutions. As such, we are a global player. 30% of our turnover comes from India, and rest of it is all global. So we have been present in various different sectors in UK, Spain, US, some of the other large markets. As far as the JV is concerned, this JV is primarily the focus is India at this particular moment, because the opportunity that India is going to offer in the next 5 years is going to be absolutely tremendous. So we want to capitalize on this particular opportunity. Yes, going along as we mature, as we address the customer needs in India, if there are rub-off requirements that are there in international markets, we may explore. But the immediate near future of this joint venture is purely to serve the Indian customer.
Right. Well, this was TVS Supply Chain talking about the JV, which they have done when it comes to aerospace and defense. The stock is up almost 6% in trade. Well, welcome to Small Cap Buzzers. Now we're gonna, talk about what we're gonna cover in this show. First, we're gonna talk about, Ravindra Energy, where they have launched 198 crore right issue at 101 per share, and they're also seeing profit booking today, actually, because this news of right issue is coming from yesterday, but today we are seeing the profit booking when it comes to this counter. We are also going to talk about Panacea Biotech. Now, if you see, the stock is buzzing in trade because OHM Investment, which is backed by Amal Parekh, has bought 3.14 lakh shares at rupees 493 per share. So stock is trading at 14 times of its 30-day volumes. Lot of things, going when it comes to Panacea Biotech. We'll also talk about that, and we'll speak to our fundamental analyst on this. We are going to cover the management, which is Blue Clouds of Tech Solutions. Now, if you see, they've crossed 1,000 crores of revenue milestone in FY26, and if you see the profit after tax, it has grew 37% to 60.5 crore. these are all the stocks and management which we are going to cover in today's small cap buzzers. But moving on, let's see which are the small cap stocks, buzzing in trade. Let's figure it out. You have Ramco Systems, which is buzzing. This is on the back of volumes, though. Volumes are at 20 times of its 30-day average. There you go. The stock is up 12%. Even Jindal Poly Investment is up on the back of volumes, 25 times volumes of its 30-day average. The stock is up almost 12.4% in trade. You have Man Industries also buzzing on the back of volumes. Volumes are trading at 4 times. The stock is up almost 8%. Bhagiriya Industries and Jindal Photo are also buzzing in trade. Even Jindal Photo, if you see, huge volumes at 22 times. Bhagiriya is up almost 11%. Jindal Photo is up almost 10%. On the losers side, though, you have Jagran Prakashan, Ravindra Energy, as I was speaking about, and GNG Electronics, which are sulking in trade. But it's time to invite our fundamental guest for the show. We have Gaurang Shah, who's Senior Vice President at Geojit Investments. Gaurang, welcome at NDTV Profit. Always pleasure to have you. We were just speaking to the management of TVS Supply Chains, on the JV that they did when it comes to aerospace and defense. Just wanted to understand if you cover this stock and what are your views when it comes to this counter?
Hi, Varsha. Thank you so much for having me on your show this afternoon. Good afternoon to all your viewers of NDTV Profit and to you. A small disclosure, all recommendations that I'll be sharing with you this afternoon on your show, Varsha, are a part of our fundamental research team recommendation from a long-term point of view. Our company, Geojit, or myself, we do not have any kind of personal investments, no financial interest, no conflict of interest. But we share similar investment ideas with our clients. They might have their investment interests. So, Varsha, TVS Solution, we covered this particular company when the IPO was there, way back in August of 2023. And if my memory serves me right, the IPO band was 187 to 197. And the IPO was allotted, shares were allotted at a higher price, and that is at 197. And again, if I remember well, since the time it got listed and the performance, more or less it has been below the IPO price because of various reasons, of course. So we had given a subscribe recommendation to the IPO at that point of time. As of today, as we speak, stock is trading close to about 130 on fallback of the interaction and the verbatim that is shared by the management with respect to supply side JV with ALA for defense, aerospace, basically. And as the management was answering your questions, this is a very specialized segment of logistic business. You need to have proper technology and storage is in place and transportation in place. Along with that, defense as a sector, Varsha, is going to grow for quite a few years because of the kind of capability and capacity and opportunity more so, Varsha, in terms of domestic supply and more importantly, exports. So since the IPO was there in August of 2023 at that particular band and the stock is trading at current levels, if I have to make a base of that IPO note and take the advantage of the discount that is available, well, you can definitely invest from a long-term point of view. Though we don't have a standalone recommendation, I'm keeping the IPO note as my base over here. And my sense, Varsha, is that anything to do with defense, if it's a fundamentally strong company, then there are plenty of opportunities for earnings to grow and that to reflect on the stock price.
Right, understood. Well taken that point. But moving on, Blue Cloud Soft Tech is one in a counter which is in focus. This is on the back of Q4 FY26 numbers. Though there was a good uptick in margins. Just for the benefit of viewers, if you see margins were at 17% versus 9%, and they've also crossed a milestone of rupees 1,000 crores of revenue in FY26. But to speak on the growth outlook ahead, we are here joined by Chandrasekhar Mudraganam, who is the CEO at Blue Cloud Soft Tech Solutions. Sir, welcome at NDTV Profit. Always pleasure to have you. You've seen a sharp uptick in margin. First, let's talk about that. What were the key drivers and what's the outlook looking like when it comes to the EBITDA margins going forward?
Hi, good afternoon, Varsha. Thank you for having me on the show today, and good afternoon to all your viewers as well. Yes, one is the investment which we have made over the last couple of quarters in these new initiatives, which are now kind of, we have crossed the POC stage, and then we are scaling up all our deployments. So that is what is actually driving these the EBITDA figures. And going forward in the next few quarters and in the next financial year also, so that is going to continue on a much bigger scale.
Understood. Sir, for FY27, you had given a guidance of around 3,000 crore. First question, yeah. Are you on track when it comes to this number? And of course, I just want to understand the ballpark range of EBITDA margin you're expecting in FY27 as well.
Yeah, we are on track for FY27, the 3,000 crore is tax. In fact, it is being driven through both scale or whatever projects we have. We are scaling them up, much larger deployments, and also in the inorganic way. So EBITDA definitely is going to be much better, significantly higher than what we saw in 26. At this point of time, I would like to say that.
Understood. And sir, also you have also given a growth guidance beyond FY27, which is at 25 to 30% from FY27 onwards. Are you being conservative when it comes to this guidance, or because from 1,000 crores to 3,000 crores of journey in a 1 year, and then expecting a 25 to 30% of growth, just wanted to understand why the conservative number post FY27.
Yeah, because then we are expanding our global footprint to emerging markets, specifically in the Middle East and Africa. So those projects also will start kicking in, the revenue from those projects also coming in. But then we have a lot of issues between it, because it depends on the infrastructure, it depends on the network, depends on the government policy and all. So that is one of the reasons why we wanted to be a little conservative from 27 onwards. But the way we are progressing, I think we will be much better than what we have predicted.
Understood. And also, I just wanted to understand the data center opportunity that you are expecting, and what kind of revenue target that you have or contribution that you're expecting from the data center segment as well.
Yes, as we had earlier said that we are going to deploy almost about $1 billion in the capex over our data centers activity. We have in fact even acquired the land at Orissa, that the first 100 megawatt data center under the PECHI framework will be established. So going forward, these data centers coupled with our telecom initiative, which will be riding on these data centers, all the value-added services from IT space and all which we are rolling out, will start contributing towards a significant amount of our revenue going forward.
Right, understood. And sir, lastly, your debtor days, if I'm seeing, they've increased from 112, rather from 76 in FY24 to 112 in FY25, and now at 141. What's the target over here when it comes to the debtor days? When are you expecting this to come down, or what's the ballpark number that you are expecting to reduce it to?
Well, at this point of time, because we are talking about large opportunities spread over different geographies across the world, so that is probably bound to increase further in 27. But then going forward, once the initial investments are committed, and then we are through with the commissioning phase, then I think that it would kind of taper off or start reducing over the years.
Understood. Well, thank you so much, sir, for joining in and having a conversation with us. It was a pleasure having you at NDTV Profit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Varsha.
Well, Gaurang, you heard the management of Blue Cloud. What's your view when it comes to this counter? Huge growth expected in FY27 over FY26. and post that 25 to 30% of growth is expected. So what will you advise to investors?
Well, first of all, we don't track this particular company on the fundamentals, Varsha. That's a disclosure from my part. But what I heard the management and what the management has said about the growth prospects and the opportunity that lies ahead. So while the order book remains quite strong, the numbers have shown a turnaround for betterment. A couple of things that would be interesting to watch out for is how capable is the company to execute the order book going into the future, translating that into the top line and profitability. And along with that, in terms of securing new orders. So that's going to be a core points to watch out for. Can't make any specific comments since we don't have coverage on Blue Cloud.
Understood. Well, viewers, time for a quick short break. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
We'll be traveling back to Delhi first thing tomorrow morning, where we'll be meeting with Minister Goyal. And we're very optimistic. Look, we're 99% there. The last 1% we're working on.
So SBI AMC, is there a timeline yet for the IPO?
We hope to do sometime during this year. We are just waiting for the regulatory approvals.
In the near future, it looks sustainable, but it all depends on the environment and the war. So if it really deteriorates and one doesn't have any idea of when will it end, every day you get hopes and the next day the hopes are dashed.
There is a cost impact, and I would say there's a 100 crore cost impact, but I think that we've repriced some of our services to build in the inflation that's come from that.
But if you could give us some details about what that 1% is.
That's a great question. You must be with the media. Are you? What outlet?
NDTV Profit.
Great question.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to. Get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company, weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairing a committee of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers,
It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
Gender parity to be reflected while we choose leadership as well.
It's also important that how they are reshaping the industries.
We got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out on 3rd July at the NDTV Profit Business.
Welcome back. You're watching Small Cap Buzzers. Well, it's time to dive into the F&O market setup and the cues shaping in trade today. Let's bring in Sharath for a snapshot for the trade today. Sharath, over to you.
Thanks a lot, Varsha, for that. And markets, of course, are digesting a lot of macro announcements coming in. But one key thing to take from RBI Governor is that his commentary coming on the funding rules, the new rules which comes in from 1st of July. So that is something which has spooked the markets. But nevertheless, HUL, Bajaj Finance, Adani Ports, they are in the green as well. But the sentiment has reversed. Reliance, of course, being a key drag. We have IT companies also where the sell-off has intensified, and also Tata Group stocks, Trent and Tata Steel as well. Overall, the sentiment is muted. Even the metals are dragging the overall sectoral indices as well. Let's talk about the long build-up. And Adani Group of stocks are doing really well in today's trade. We have Adani Energy, that stock is up almost 2.5%, while Kalyan Jewellers is seeing some good volume development happening here as well. Let's look at the short covering candidates, and we also have one more Adani Group stock here. That stock is up 4%. We have seen some good blocks also happening earlier in the day, and Indian Bank also, but not that convincing for a trade. Let's look at the long unwinding, what's happening here. Largely, nothing much to trade over here. NHPCs, that's down almost 2.5%. Some reversals are happening post its OFS, while Keynes Tech down just 2%. Let's look at the final one, the short build-up. We have Nalco and Hindustan Zinc, both of these stocks 5% down. I was mentioning you that the metals are seeing some big sell-off happening, and of course dollar is also strengthening globally if you look at them. So definitely there is a basket selling happening in discounters. So these are the stocks which should be in your radar in the F&O space.
Well, thank you so much, Sharath, for all the details. Moving on, let's pull up the chart for Ravindra Energy. Let's see what that stock is doing. The stock is sulking in trade, if I'm not wrong. Yes, there you go. The stock is down in trade. But let's see what are the key reasons why we are seeing the pressure when it comes to Ravindra Energy. And let's bring in Path to give us more details.
Sure. So in Ravindra Energy, the company launched an almost 200 crore rights issue, which was issued at around 101 rupees per share. The record date for the same was around 8th June, and the funds will be used to support their renewables and EV business expansion. The stock was up yesterday, but today we have seen some profit booking. Let's have a look at both of their businesses. So renewable energy business pipeline for the company currently stands at around 486 megawatts, which is majority of the pipeline is backed by long-term power purchase agreements, and it will be reaching around 500 megawatts scale with the solar and the wind power assets coming in as well. Now the second EV business that has been gaining momentum for the company as well, with the company scaling itself through their battery swapping infrastructure which they have been building. They have already started their operations at the India's largest EV swapping station, and this facility is now serving around 160 heavy electric vehicles and over 130 EIM photon electric trucks that are already operational. So this battery as a service model is really good for the company as it reduces the fleet ownership cost. So this is interesting as renewables provide them long-term annuity cash flows, while EV logistics offer them a significant growth opportunity.
Right. Got it. Well, thank you so much, Path, for all the details. Gaurang, a quick view on Ravindra Energy. What is your view when it comes to discounter, and what will you advise to investors?
So, Varsha, while the sector looks extremely promising, my sense is that established players are much better play to play this theme in terms of power generation. Tata Power, NTPC, JSW Energy, and Torrent Power. Positive on all these companies.
Understood. Well, thank you so much, Gaurang, for joining in and having a conversation with us. Pleasure to have you. Thank you so much. Well, viewers, this is all the time that we have on this edition of Small Cap Buzzers. Stay tuned to Ask Profit Afternoon Edition coming up next.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
We'll be traveling back to Delhi first thing tomorrow morning, where we'll be meeting with Minister Goyal. And we're very optimistic. Look, we're 99% there. The last 1% we're working on.
So SBI AMC, is there a timeline yet for the IPO?
We hope to do sometime during this year. We are just waiting for the regulatory approvals.
In the near future, it looks sustainable, but it all depends on the environment and the war. So if it really deteriorates and one doesn't have any idea of when will it end, every day you get hopes and the next day the hopes are dashed.
There is a cost impact, and I would say there's a 100 crore cost impact, but I think that we've repriced some of our services to build in the inflation that's come from that.
But if you could give us some details about what that 1% is.
That's a great question. You must be with the media. Are you? What outlet?
NDTV Profit.
Great question.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m.
Hello and welcome back to NDTV Profit. You're watching Ask Profit, the afternoon edition. My name is Puneet Zaveri. With me is Mahima Vachajani, and over the next half an hour or so, we'll try and solve all those stock-related queries. It's been a truncated morning session, so we will take a lot
That
more...
we did not answer in the
that
morning,
we
right?
didn't, that we did not take a lot of questions, so we will take a lot of those in this session. And if you haven't already, do start sending in those questions as well on the numbers that are flashing on the top of your screen. A very quick check of the markets, because we're testing that 23,300 level again, just a tad above that right now, but we've come off the highs for now. So again, a day which started on a good note and then has seen some volatility at this point of time. The heat map also shows you that perspective as well in terms of individual movers for the Nifty 50 trade. You're seeing that on HUL, Bajaj Finance, as well as something like SBI Life. And Bajaj Finance has come off from its gains as well, up almost 3% at one point of time. Post policy has seen some reduction in share price. Wipro though has also recovered from the day's low, but continues to be down almost 4%. Hindalco and Tata Steel are also some of the names that are under pressure. so is Trent after its bonus issue yesterday as well, and continues to be down almost 2.5%. In terms of the sectoral heat map though, and we've seen the Nifty being largely even Stevens, it's slightly more red in terms of the sectoral heat map as of now. So apart from Nifty Media, which is up 2.5% for the second day in a row, that's led by Z Entertainment as well. The Nifty Metal, IT, as well as energy continues to be down as well. And in terms of the advanced decline ratio, you're seeing that pressure on some of those key indices and key stocks actually in the advanced decline ratio as well. And that it's been a very, very topsy-turvy day. From that midpoint where we met, we bounced back in terms of advances, but now have given up a lot of those gains. So almost 1,500 stocks that are declining in trade today becomes a crucial last 90 minutes, visible in small and mid caps as well. But in terms of, when you pull up the BSE 500 also for individual names as well, before we start taking all your stock related queries, that is visible as well. So let's pull up the BSE 500 also in terms of individual movers today. Network 18, Quest Corp is up 9%, and we've been discussing, that the stock Blue Spring got a 2,000 crore order. Quest Corp owns almost 30 to 40% stake in Blue Spring, and hence we're seeing a reaction on Quest Corp right now. Tata Tele up 5%. Z Entertainment continues to have its bullish momentum for the third consecutive day, while Finolex is also up 3.5%. Hindustan Zinc though is down 6%. A Bloomberg report claiming a OFS by the government is having a pressure on the stock right now, as well as HFCL, which is finally off its steroids and taking a breather right now, down 5% as we speak. But let's also look at Blue Springs also. Let's pull up that counter. Of course, one of the demerged entities out of Quest Corp, which got that order win, and there you go, that 10% move as well. But let's go across and start your stock related queries. Ruchit Jain, Vice President Equity Technical Research at Motilal Oswal, is joining in, and we'll also be joined by a fundamental guest very shortly. But Ruchit, very good afternoon to you. Thanks so much for joining in. Let me go across and take the first query on Nazara Tech. Murli from Hyderabad is holding shares at 171 and wants to know a quick view of the stock. Is it a good time to book profits, Ruchit?
Yeah, hi, very good afternoon. Well, I think the short-term trend for the stock still seems sideways. 260 is a very important support for the stock. So till that support is intact, I think he can hold the position since his buying price is quite low from current levels. So keep a stop loss below 260 and continue to hold your long positions.
Right, okay, so that's the view coming on Nazara Tech. The next one that we have is from Roshni, who's writing us from Bengaluru, asking about Hindustan Zinc. She's got around 1,000 odd shares, bought at the levels of 634. Whether to hold, sell, what should be the next course of action according to the chart, Surjit?
Metals as a space seems to be in a short-term corrective phase now. We have already seen a good outperformance from the metals till last week, but this week we can clearly see some selling pressure in many of the metal names. And this correction, what we are witnessing in Hindustan Zinc, has also been supported by higher than average volume. So whenever you see price corrections backed by higher volumes, those tech stocks tend to underperform in the short term. So my advice would be to take an exit from Hindustan Zinc.
Got it. Well, an exit is what Ruchit is recommending on Hindustan Zinc. But, the next query is coming on Sterling and Wilson. Sriram Raghuraman from Chennai is holding 150 shares, bought at 228, and wants a quick view on the stock. Let me welcome in our fundamental guest, Avinash Gorashakkar, the founder and head research at Avinash Mentors Research Services. Avinash, always a pleasure. Thanks so much for joining in. And what would be your view on Sterling and Wilson? It's been largely an underperformer, but some orders from its parent company in the next 3 to 4 years could bolster the stock. Is that your thought process, or would you prefer something else?
No, I think clearly, Puneet, the stock has been an underperformer despite the fact that it operates in the renewable energy space. I think, clearly other players like Wari, or for that reason, Premier Energies, or typically even Alpex Solar, these are companies which have done much better. So my guess is that, rather than holding on to Sterling and Wilson, something like a Premier Energies or maybe an Alpex Solar could be a better choice. My sense is that the next 12 to 18 months is going to be quite good for all these renewable companies, considering the large spike we have seen in crude oil prices and the government's increasing focus on renewable energy. So I think, if the investor wants a better risk reward over the next 12 to 18 months, it's better to, opt for some other companies which I mentioned, because here the earnings traction and the scalability of the business is much better. Sterling Wilson will probably take a longer time to recover. So to that extent, a switch is always advisable.
Yeah, right. So that's the view coming in on Sterling and Wilson. The next one is on Sai Life Sciences. Shanti has got around 48 shares, the IPO price of 549. Wants to know if she can continue to hold this one from a long-term perspective or book profits for now. Avinash, your view on Sai Life Sciences?
No, I think the investor has made a decent amount of money here. My guess is that Mahima, if the investor can hold on for the next 12 to 15 months, the scalability of the business is proven. The promoters have also got the right bandwidth, and I think they are sitting on a reasonably good order book. So 27 should also be a reasonably good year. So probably 20-25% one can book out, and the rest quantity can be held on for the next 12 to 15 months.
Got that view. The next question coming in, and this one is from Puneet Saxena from Ghaziabad on Chennai Petroleum. Now, Ruchit, he wants to know for a period of 1 to 2 months if what could be a target price or a stop loss that you're looking at. Is it a good time to enter the stock now?
Yes, the near-term trend seems positive for the stock. A high top, high bottom structure can continue, can clearly be seen. And the 50 DMA for the stock is around 1040. So on the long positions, if you already have or are making new, then the stop loss should be placed below 1040. And if we take the retracement levels of the recent correction, then possible targets should be around 1320 to 1330 range. So maybe around 1330, 1340, you can take a review again then.
Okay, all right. The next one is on Bajaj Finserv. Lalita from Hyderabad is holding 216 odd shares at the levels of 1740. Wants to know if she can continue to hold or sell this one. On the charts, Ruchit, Bajaj Finserv, should she continue to hold?
Yes, should hold at current levels at least. These are not the levels where one should look to exit because already we have seen a good price-wise correction over last few months. Stock is going through some short-term time-wise correction now, and the downside seems to be very limited, with 1600 being very important support for the stock. So 1600 is the support. Till that is intact, one should continue to hold on. On pullback move, the 200 EMA resistance would be seen around 1900. So if it comes around 1900 going ahead, that should be the level to review it again.
1900 is something to watch out for on Bajaj Finserv is what Ruchit is recommending. So got that view. The next question, coming in, this one's from Satyan, who's a regular viewer, and he wants to know about MBC development, Avinash, because he is currently, in losses for this counter, has been a volatile one. He wants to sell out and probably look at buying SCI. Would you recommend that, Avinash, that particular trade? Is it a good time to look at it?
Yeah, I think if his time frame is next 12 to 15 months, he can definitely think of putting a switch. I think definitely in terms of the risk reward, that would be better. But I think he needs to give some time because my guess is that SCI has also moved up quite well. So unless he gives the next 12 to 18 months, SCI definitely will benefit from the global logistic kind of scenario. And considering the fact that apart from crude, there are many commodities which are shipped by the shipping route. SCI is one of the largest players in this market, and I think going forward, looking at its expansion plans over the next 12 to 18 months, you could expect a much more decent risk reward here.
Okay, the next one is Aster DM. Siddhi Ambre from Mumbai is holding 5,000 shares at the levels of 643. Wants to know the target price on this one for the next 2 to 3 odd months and whether she can continue to hold or sell. Ruchit?
Can hold for potential up move towards 800 kind of levels, whereas support for the stock is at 710. So keeping stop loss below 700 on existing long positions should be a good strategy.
Got that view, Ruchit. But the next question now, and this one's on defense. Our viewer holds BEL at 432, and he wants to know if there is any other defense company, and this is Birandeep Singh, for the next 3 to 5 years that he can buy into and hold. Avinash, would you recommend any other name or buying more into BEL? Because we've seen that consolidation yet again back at that 400 level. What would be your opinion?
No, I think BEL is definitely a very stable counter. I think it's sitting on a very large order book, and most importantly, it's a debt-free business. So for the next 3 to 4 years, definitely this stock will compound good amount of wealth. But I think, other companies like Garden Reach or for that reason, Mazgaon Docks, I think these are also companies, which have got good amount of scalability potential. So probably you can do an SIP in all these 2-3 companies and always, buy in small pieces and stagger his investment. But I think that would be a right strategy. A basket of good defense stocks would actually help him generate a much better alpha in the next, say, 2 to 3 years.
Okay, all right. By the way, it's time to slip into a very, very short break. But viewers, don't go anywhere. We'll be answering more queries on the other side of this quick break.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
We'll be traveling back to Delhi first thing tomorrow morning, where we'll be meeting with Minister Goyal. And we're very optimistic. Look, we're 99% there. The last 1% we're working on.
So SBI AMC, is there a timeline yet for the IPO?
We hope to do sometime during this year. We are just waiting for the regulatory approvals.
In the near future, it looks sustainable, but it all depends on the environment and the war. So if it really deteriorates and one doesn't have any idea of when will it end, every day you get hopes and the next day the hopes are dashed.
There is a cost impact, and I would say there's a 100 crore cost impact, but I think that we've repriced some of our services to build in the inflation that's come from that.
But if you could give us some details about what that 1% is.
That's a great question. You must be with the media. Are you? What outlet?
NDTV Profit.
Great question.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen.
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit, the afternoon edition, and let's go across and take our caller from Kerala. Pavitran is now dialing in for a stock query. Pavitran, very good afternoon to you. What's your query?
Sir, I have a 1000 MCX stock, MCX.
Okay. And is this a long-term bet, Pavitran, or a technical one?
Short term, sir.
Short term. Okay, got it. Ruchit, on MCX, Pavitran's bought shares at 2,500 and he's holding 1,000 shares. Would you recommend him to continue holding these or book out?
Well, last few trading sessions, the stock has shown some signs of weakness from the recent highs, and it has breached its near-term averages. So at least in the short term, it seems that we could see the stock trading under pressure. So I would recommend to book profits and exit from this.
All right, so that's the view coming in on MCX. But it's time for our rapid fire round. Ruchit and Avinash, you both know the drill. Try to keep your answers as short as possible. The first one is from Suman, who's writing us from Kolkata. Ask about Uno Minda, whether this is the right time to make it into this one from a long-term perspective. Avinash?
Yeah, definitely. I think one can buy in pieces and in a staggered way, I think for the next, say, 12 to 15 months.
Got Raymond Realty bought at 635, Ruchit, and this is Lavish from Indore. He wants to know a view on the charts, and he's been following you, is what he is saying.
560 is the support. So till that is intact, this trend is not negative. So hold with stop loss below 560.
Okay, the next one that we have is on EPAC Durable. Our viewer is holding at the levels of 326 and 46 shares is what he's bought since 2017 is what he's saying. So interesting buying price. I don't think it's ever touched that. But anyways, EPAC Durable is the counter. Avinash, any view from a long-term perspective?
I think you can average out and hold on, but keep a time frame of at least 12 to 18 months.
Yep, got it.
Has it ever gone to 46?
No, I don't think so, because it's listed also in January of 2024. So I was wondering how it's probably gone there. But that's the view coming in on EPAC from Avinash. The next question, coming in now, it's on GHCL, Avinash. Our viewer Harsh from Bangalore wants to make a 3-year investment and invest 50,000 rupees. Should he do that?
Yeah, as of now, I think it's better to wait for at least the the June and September quarter. Soda ash prices are still ruling weak, so I think it's better to wait for Q1 numbers and then take a call.
Okay, E2E Networks is the next one. Sunita from Delhi wants to know the right price to enter this counter from a 3-month perspective. Ruchit?
Keep a buy on dip approach, I believe. So if we get any dip towards 380, 400 to 420 range, then we can look for buying opportunities there.
Okay.
Mr. Shetty bought into Inox Wind at 106, Avinash. He's asking if he should still continue to hold on or sell out.
So I think he should hold on. Keep a time frame of 12 to 18 months, if possible, even average.
Is this the right time to enter BSE? Bharat from Andhra Pradesh wants to know, Ruchit.
I'd wait for some time because the kind of volumes that we have seen recently, support is around 700, so review over there.
There was also Mahesh's question, so hopefully that answers the question, Mahesh, on BSC. On Anantraj, Indira from Vishakhapatnam bought shares at 650. Avinash, they want to invest big now in Haryana. Should they continue to hold?
Yeah, I think they should continue to hold, but keep a time frame of at least 12 to 18 months. I think in the data center business, you could expect a big bump up, from Anantraj.
Okay, the next one is specifically for you, Ruchit. This is from Sampath Kumar from Chennai. He's holding 250 shares of Samvardhana Motherson. Can he continue to hold or sell?
We should continue to hold. Overall trend seems quite strong.
LIC, after averaging of the bonus, Raj is holding shares at 449, Avinash. There's still that overhang, right, of that government stake sale. Should he still hold or probably sell out right now?
No, I think he should exit and possibly get into some bank. I think either Axis, ICICI, or maybe Canara Bank.
Suzlon 12,500 shares bought at the levels of 42. Murugan wants to know the target price for this one, whether he can continue to hold or book partial profits. Ruchit?
Can hold at current levels for potential targets around 62, but need to keep the position view.
Got it. On Man Industries also, Ruchit, Venkat from Bangalore holds shares at 425. Should he exit now or continue to hold? And can he add more?
Should hold with the stop loss below 480. Can also add new position. Stop loss should be same, below 480.
Okay. Acme Solar, is this the right time to enter at the current level? Rajkumar from Bengaluru wants to know, Ruchit.
Already stock has shown an up move. Trend is positive, so enter partial positions what you want to buy at current, and if any dip comes, buy more at lower level.
Manthan has bought into Jaiswal Neco at 40 rupees per share, and he's holding 1,500 shares of Avinash. He's asking if he should continue to hold on or sell out.
So I think he should hold on. The current financial year should be significantly better. So I think continue to hold.
Got it. Well, that was the last question on this edition of the Rapid Fire as well as Ask Profit. Avinash as well as Ruchit, thanks so much for joining in, helping us solve all those stock-related queries. But viewers, out of time on this edition of the show, thanks so much for watching. India Market Close comes up next, and have a happy weekend.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be sharing with you of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
Gender parity to be reflected while we choose leadership as well.
It's also important that how they are reshaping the industries.
We got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out on 3rd July at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices.
And here's where you can watch us.
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
We'll be traveling back to Delhi first thing tomorrow morning, where we'll be meeting with Minister Goyal, and we're very optimistic. Look, we're 99% there. The last 1% we're working on.
So SBI AMC, is there a timeline yet for the IPO?
We hope to do sometime during this year. We are just waiting for the regulatory approvals.
In the near future, it looks sustainable, but it all depends on the environment and the war. So if it really deteriorates and one doesn't have any idea of when will it end, every day you get hopes and the next day the hopes are dashed.
There is a cost impact, and I would say there's a 100 crore cost.
Markets have actually given up those initial gains, that initial euphoria, which has absolutely gone away. Welcome to India Market Close on NDTV Profit. I'm Hiral Daria as well. Clearly, if you see in terms of Nifty 50, we are actually below the threshold of 23,350 as well. And that is what is concerning to me right now. 0.4% lower. And with this, what you're seeing in terms of Bank Nifty is some bit of stability. You're not absolutely in the negative, but still trading flat. Mid-cap index down almost 0.5% in trade. And if you have to look at the small-cap index as well, similar are the kind of cuts. If you can just pull up the small-cap 250 on the screens, there you go. At the day's lowest levels, 0.2% lower. Let's look at the Nifty 50 intraday chart, and then we look at the Bank Nifty intraday chart as well to understand the kind of moves that have happened. You know, this is the time when the RBI governor had started to speak, and that's where we saw this spike that did come in. And we started giving up those kind of gains. And now, if you look at where we are right now, nearly at the lowest levels in terms of Bank Nifty as well. And similar is the case in terms of Nifty 50. Let's just quickly pull up the components in terms of Nifty 50, the heat map to see what's happening in terms of individual counters. I mean, if you see in terms of individual stocks, HUL, Bajaj Finance, DRL, SBI, a very mixed sectoral picture is what you're getting in terms of the gainers as well. Adani Enterprises has been holding up to that uptick since morning along with Adani Ports. But Max Healthcare, this is on the back of the Citi brokerage note that we saw as well in today's session. HDFC Life trading with gains. But Wipro continues the downward pressure. Today is X buyback in terms of Wipro, and that's why probably you're seeing that pressure. Hindalco also down in trade along with Tata Steel, Trent. I mean, metal counters overall have been under pressure. You're seeing that kind of profit booking which is coming in this space. So that's with regards to what's happening. But even Stevens, I mean, nothing major in terms of if you look at a Bajaj Auto, Infosys, SBI, no major moves coming in terms of rate sensitives as well is the read. Now, the key highlight today, let's pull up the Indian rupee and let's pull up the bond deals as well, because that is what is the flavor of the day today, because the announcements, the relief that has come in with regards to where FIs go, these are the two spaces which have got impacted. Here, you're seeing that strength which is building in terms of the dollar-rupee pair. We are almost at that 95 mark, and it will be a big deal if we hit below that 95 levels as well in terms of where the Indian rupee goes. And very lastly, some cooling off happening in terms of bond deals. We are now at 6.95. We started off the day at around 6.99, and some cooling off impact coming in terms of bond deals. So there is some bit of relief that is coming in on this front as well. Let's just look at the WIX, and then we'll look at the advanced decline ratio as well very quickly in terms of the screens. If we can have the India WIX. There you go. Absolutely stable. Just a 1% move. We are at levels of around 16, which is something which the markets are still digesting. Let's look at what's happening in terms of the advanced decline ratio. If you have the intraday chart, there you go. You see the kind of convergence that we've seen in intraday days trading session as well, but clearly you are very even Stevens there. 1400 declines to almost 1200 advances is where we are. So that push and pull continues, and it's the broader markets, individual stocks where the action is. But let's quickly understand what are the key triggers for trade in today's session. Now, the RBI governor has said that they will be going ahead with new funding rules from the 1st of July, but the date for the new funding rules was something which was already known. And these are two things what the capital markets are reacting to. It's just a reiteration of what the governor had come out and said in the month of March 2026. Your broader indices actually have turned bearish because of this. The RPI MPC meet, they've said that the rates are unchanged, stance is neutral. So your interest rate sensitives are seeing a rally. If you have to look at names like real estate, that is showing you some bit of strength. Selling in terms of metals and IT, that has continued. Your capital market theme is something where you're seeing selling as well. Lastly, if you have to look at the rupee, that has strengthened. We spoke about it, and this is after the FPI tax relief announcement that has come in. In fact, FinMin has announced that FPI's non-resident benefits will also come in. And there has been a sharp cool-off in Indian domestic yields from, we saw the levels in intraday trade as well. Now, all eyes will be on India GDP data that will be slated to be announced today. And we're talking about around 4.30. The interesting point that I pick up over here is that the governor has actually increased the forecast when it comes to inflation and reduced the growth forecast for FY27. So these two are slightly concerning areas that we need to deal with. But what that GDP data will show you today is going to be crucial. And your US non-farm payroll data that will be announced tonight also is the crucial data point that one should be watching out for. You know, today we've not really looked at levels because clearly you're seeing the kind of push and pull that the markets are going through, but interesting announcements and interesting takeaways that we have so far. In fact, let's welcome in our guest. We have Gaurav Sharma, Associate VP and Head of Research at Globe Capital joining in. Gaurav, good afternoon and welcome to the show. I mean, you've seen the kind of, gyrations that we've seen in terms of Nifty. Bank Nifty to an extent has remained slightly stable. I mean, you have a HDFC which is on the losing end today versus a ICICI Bank which is on the gaining side. If you have to look at the markets at this point in time, what are charts actually indicating?
So, a very good afternoon to you first, and good afternoon to all the viewers of NDTV Profit. So, Hiral, the charts are clearly indicating a sense of negativity here. With indecisive kind of a mode that is due to the Friday mode and a lot of data which is actually expected. US trade deal, some domestic data. So they are actually having a toll on the broader markets itself. Market bets is clearly on a flattish note, 50-55 points negative for Nifty. We are having no signals. I am expecting a break below 23,200. We quickly take it towards 2300 and 22,800 marks. So pessimism and negativity is actually what I am looking at. Not too optimistic on the market. Yes, some bit of support is there, but the kind of things and which are rolling around, this is difficult. Only a good and a healthy pact with US could actually, at least for temporarily, lead to some buoyancy in markets. Again, that will be a question mark on certain other factors need to be considered.
Okay, so that's with regards to where markets go, Gaurav. In this kind of a market scenario, then, what would your top picks be? Would they be on the buy side or would they be on the sell side?
We are optimistic. We are very choosy at the moment. We have of late recommended a stock like Bharti Airtel to our clients. So before we talk about it, I want to put up a general disclaimer here. They may be having a position in the stock. We are, as I said, very, very choosy on this. As far as index is concerned, somewhat like a pharma places are most, we are very stock specific on it. Torrent Pharma, Aurobindo Pharma, Divi's Lab remain our favorite of the lot. There are not much of hunting that we are doing as of now.
Okay, so that's with regards to the overall mood check right now. Let's just pull up the sectoral heat map and see what's happening on that front, because defense as a space has been seeing a lot of buying interest since yesterday as well, and especially your drone companies. But today, media, for obvious reasons, because of Z Entertainment, is up in trade. Real estate is another one which is rate sensitive, which is seeing some smart moves. Metals is taking a beating. IT is also taking a beating in today's session. Let me take this question with you, Gaurav, in terms of IT as a sector. The kind of gyrations that have come in over the last couple of trading days, the ups and downs, it's absolutely topsy-turvy for the IT index. If you see the 5-day chart, that will tell you the story of what's really happening there. Anything where you're seeing strength in terms of IT, may it be from the large cap, mid cap, or the small cap space, or any of the stocks which have actually run up, where you're saying that, okay, probably this is the best time to now book profits?
Hiral, as far as IT is concerned, OFSS is one stock that is actually taking the beaten, a one-way run-up, steep rise. BFSI is one space that we are bullish at. There are three entities that I want to point out here. First being OFSS, that drives around 80 to 90% of its revenue from this space. The other two Indian companies are Coforge and Mphasis, that drive over 50% of their revenue business from a BFSI space. So citing a positivity in this space, we are optimistic on these three names. OFSS has already performed. Coforge and Mphasis are yet to do so. They being completely Indian firms, I think they will take little more time. So these levels can be considered for accumulation with a time frame of 2 to 3 years perspective. Any decline in OFSS from the current level, especially towards 9,000 zone, 8,200 to 9,000 will be a perfect zone to re-enter for those who have missed the bus earlier.
Okay, so that's with regards to Oracle Financial as we speak. But moving on, stay with us. I want to talk about the metal space, specifically a Hindustan Zinc. That stock is under pressure today. And there are media reports indicating that there is a stake sale via OFS that could be done by the government. Parth joins us with more details. Parth, it's an interesting company to watch out for. Stock down nearly, over 6%. What are the key details that you're picking up so far? And what's that setup looking like for the company?
Absolutely. So before we dive into the details, let's just put things into perspective and start with how the stock has behaved over the last 2 to 3 weeks. So as you rightly mentioned, the stock is down around 6% today. In fact, in the last 3 weeks, the stock hit a high of 678, and from those levels, it has declined 15%. Today's volumes as well are around 1.5 times its normal 20-day average. So a lot of action that is happening, but majorly the sentiment is still on the negative side. Now let's move on to the reasons behind the stock, why the stock has declined today. So some media reports are indicating that the government is looking to sell a part of its stake in Hindustan Zinc via an offer for sale. The media reports say that the government might sell a 2% stake in Hindustan Zinc from their current holding of 27.92% in the company. So it's a pretty big chunk when you compare the stake sale to the government's current shareholding in Hindustan Zinc. This offer for sale could raise up to 5,000 crore for the government of India, and this OFS is expected to launch either this month or in the month of July. So this is the key trigger which has pushed the stock of Hindustan Zinc down in trade today. Now the question arises, why is the government selling their stake in the company? So the government is trying to boost their revenue by selling stakes in state-owned assets. As we know that the government has its divestment target, which they're trying to meet. So this is what the government has come up with. In fact, we have seen recently in companies like Coal India and NHPC, where they have successfully launched an offer for sale components, and we have seen the oversubscription numbers in both of these OFS as well. So this strong institutional participation that we saw in Coal India and NHPC, it has encouraged the government even more to do even more such OFSs in more companies. Now, moving on to the analyst view, around 18 analysts track Hindustan Zinc right now, and majority have a buy rating on the company with an average return potential of 15.7%. Now, moving on to the valuations as well, the company is valued on an EV to EBITDA basis, currently standing at 10.67 times, which is at a premium to its 5-year historical average of 8.9 times. But on a forward basis, it still looks pretty well at 8.18 times.
Thank you so much for that. This is important, but what else is important right now is the INR. Let's just quickly pull up the Indian rupee. We've gone and strengthened further at levels of around 94.95, if I'm not mistaken. If you can just quickly pull up the Indian rupee on the screens right now as we speak. There you go, 94.99. That strength has continued as we speak, and this is one of the most important aspects, and this is what the RBI has been doing as well with regards to where giving out measures in terms of the FIs go. I mean, the tax save, the tax cut that has come in overall in terms of where GSECs go, that was one of the measures that the RBI has taken to go and protect the rupee, and that you're clearly seeing in terms of the dollar-rupee pair. Before I get anyone to speak to us in terms of the Indian rupee, Gaurav, on the charts as well, if you can help me. I mean, I'm not sure if you're tracking the Indian rupee on the charts, but if you do, anything that's telling you in terms of what levels we should be now watching out for, that it has strengthened beyond 95?
Here, yes, we do track currency, and as far as the USD INR is concerned, a further slide looks pretty much imminent here. 94.4 to 94.1, 94 levels is what we are expecting in the near term. This is a very welcome move by our governor, and this will actually attract a lot of foreign investments into India and will strengthen rupee. So a further slide and strengthening of Indian rupee is very much possible.
Okay, so that's with regards to where the dollar-rupee pair goes. Siddharth Khemka from Motilal Oswal Financial Services also joins in. Siddharth, welcome to the show. My question to you is, with the RBI's measures that have come in, or I wouldn't say the RBI, the government and the RBI who've collaboratively announced the measures towards the FIs, how are you looking at it and the impact that you're seeing in terms of the strength that the rupee has been picking up? Your initial comments.
Hi, good afternoon, Neeral. So I think definitely this was something which the street was chattering for last few days, and finally the official notification came in along with the RBI's policy. So I think this is a right step, and especially given that we have seen sharp outflows from FIs, both from the equity markets as well as from the bonds market. I think the effort to calm the FI now is heartening, especially given that there has been a big pressure on the Indian rupee, given. Can you hear me?
You can go ahead.
Yeah. So basically there has been a big pressure on the rupee from the inflated import bill because of the high crude oil prices, and at the same time because of the heavy FI selling, there was another pressure on the rupee as demand for dollar went up. So now with some relief measures in terms of the tax benefits or the tax relief that these institutional investors can get on the domestic bond market, I think it will definitely lead to some pressure easing off on the dollar, and hence I think that is being visible in the strengthening of the rupee.
Because if you see the Indian rupee, it has been volatile over the week, but a notable recovery is what we've seen in the last 5 trading sessions. If you can just chart a 5-day in terms of the Indian rupee, it's actually reversed. We hit a low of 96.16 to the dollar, and from there a sharp recovery to 95. In fact, even a 94.99 is what we've seen. And that's what is telling you, I mean, 14%, last 1 month is, I mean, not really inevitable right now. But if you have to look at even for the last 1 week, if you can just have a 1 week chart of the dollar rupee pair, that will tell you the kind of recovery and the reversal that we're talking about. Because 95.55 is what we've seen in terms of Monday opening. Further strengthened to around 95.26 when you talk about a Tuesday. Wednesday, again, a steep collapse to 96.16 is what we saw. And this was on the back of the, energy disruptions, the aggressive capital outflows that we were seeing, and a partial recovery that did come in yesterday and today. There you go, 95 is what you're tracking. And India Banerjee, SPP Currency and Commodities from Kotak Securities comes in. And India, welcome to the show. Always a pleasure. Hiral on this side. My question to you is, I mean, the RBI corrective measures in terms of we're getting the FIs back into the country, specifically when you talk about the GSEC side of it. Now, the idea over here is to go and arrest the depreciation that we've been seeing in terms of the rupee and stabilize it. Right now, we've already gone below that 95 mark. We've strengthened further. Your initial take?
It's in fact a very welcome move, because we were all anticipating this kind of a bazooka, and actually RBI has delivered a bazooka. They have announced a slew of measures which will create short-term inflows. At the same time, once this oil crisis is over, we will see a large amount of inflow into the debt segment through the FAR route and plus through other routes. So I think it's a very positive move. But we have to also temper our expectation as to how much the Indian rupee can appreciate over the short term. Yes, the stop losses can get hit. Some speculative positions will be unwound, and we could see levels of 94 or even an undershoot below 94. But as long as the oil crisis continues over the near term, I think we will again see a bounce in the USD-INR from those levels.
And India, that bounce will be to what levels?
It looks, I think it should not break beyond 96.5 now, because with these features, especially as I said, the short-term inflows through the FCNRB as well as through the ECB route can be quite lumpy, and that can help to arrest the fall. So I think 96.5 on the upside, and if it undershoots, then it's around let's say 93.80, 93.70 kind of levels.
93.80, 93.70 if it undershoots. But do you see, maybe not in the near term, but slightly longer term, when oil eases further because of the West Asia crisis easing out, do you see a rupee INR dollar pair again coming back to those levels of 90 where it could stabilize? And if so, I mean, what are the timelines that you are actually looking at?
See, once this Hormuz situation is sorted, I think then we could see a substantial appreciation in the rupee. Actually, then we could get into a situation where RBI actually would have to intervene on the other side. They would have to buy dollars, because then the inflows can up substantially. Yes, we could even hit levels of 90.91 at that time, because Indian rupee is quite undervalued compared to its peers on a RER basis. It's just that this oil shock which is keeping the rupee undervalued. But once that threat is gone, the appreciation can be quite substantial.
So I think both the sides, we are looking at levels of what, 93.8 and 96.16, which is the high right now. But thank you so much for joining in. It's always a pleasure to speak to you as well. So that's with regards to the rupee. But Tamanna, it's very interesting to see the commentary from the governor with regard. It wasn't even a commentary when a reporter asked him that what happens in terms of the margin funding by banks. And the reason that was an important question was because everyone was trying to ascertain, will there a relief come in to some extent for the equity markets as well?
You're talking about the 1st July deadline.
The 1st July deadline,
but
right?
But can I tell you something? I think there is relief for the equity markets, which has been overlooked by the markets.
That's what it seems like right now.
So, and I'll tell you why. So they announced something called the PIS scheme and special allowances for PROI, persons residing outside India. I think mistakenly this is being seen as another version of the NRI scheme of 2030. Because it's not non-resident Indians. It's persons residing residing outside India. By definition, it means anyone who has no connection to India as well can now invest in listed Indian entities to an extent of 10% under this one scheme instead of 5%.
5%.
So double.
So it's double.
Yeah, and so you are going to see maybe more inflows coming in. You know, you're having a very interesting conversation right now with on the rupee, and he's talking about 93 on 93. The other end. Look at what Sameer Arora is saying. He's saying he's expecting 50 to 60 million USD coming in possibly by September. Just pull in what he said. No, 40 to 50 billion. Sorry, that's the right figure. He's saying if I have correctly understood the FCNRB scheme, India will get maybe 40 to 50 billion dollars by September through this scheme. Wow. This is something he has just posted. So that's a huge picture. And my sense is that Indian government is not yet done. This was just the
beginning, correct.
Yeah, you're not going to end by doing one tweak to taxation on G6 and that's it, because they've taken their time to figure out what to do. Even while there was
it's
a clamor.
It's a very thoughtful and they've actually charted it out really well. I think this is what it tells you right now. Yeah. And as we started off our conversation this morning as well, and Neeraj and you also pointed out that this is just Dhurandhar part 1. I think part 2 is still remaining.
Yeah.
And then we don't know what happens. But clearly this is a move in the right direction. Meanwhile, let's just quickly listen in what RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra had to say about the central bank, where they will go ahead with the rules on lending for proprietary trading, a move that's actually rattled the capital markets. And as Tamanna is mentioning, this is not as negative as the way people are looking at it. But let's quickly listen in and then we'll get Sharad to get us some details on it.
वो हमने जो है वो डील नहीं दी थी, वो हमने समय दिया था क्योंकि समय बहुत कम था उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करने के लिए, तो इसलिए हमने जो है वो उसकी जो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन जो डेट है उसको लागू करने की जो तिथि है केवल उसको बढ़ाया हमने, और कोई उसमें ढील या छूट नहीं दी, कोई टाइम आगे बढ़ने की कोई उसमें गुंजाइश या जरूरत नहीं है. ओके, देयर इज नो नीड, एंड दैट वाज ओनली वी ओनली मेड द सर्कुलर द रूल्स, the date of applicability was extended. It should not be seen as a relief in that sense.
Okay, so there are two parts of it. I was talking about the broader market. This specific squeeze on, I would say, leveraged trading was bound to happen. There is no relief there. Sharad joining in with more details. Sharad, we've already seen the impact on some of the capital market listed entities, isn't it?
Well, yes, Tamanna, this is basically already known in the markets, but this time when RBI governor stated two important things. One was the date, no extension coming in, and no kind of benefit coming, which is already announced in the circulars. Let's do a revision of what was actually announced. The banks had stated that they are no longer going to permit any fund of the intraday margin funding, and secondly, the bank guarantees must now be fully secured with almost 100% cash or cash equivalent backing. M2F funding, that also now must comply with stricter secured norms. And remember, the impact is quite negative on the FNU volume segment. It is negative for the exchanges and the brokers, especially your discount as well as full-scale service brokers. Brokers will face higher working capital requirements and also leverage benefits that becomes lesser. The May numbers, let's have a look at what the May numbers suggest. In May 26, the option contracts, they are down almost 5% on a month-on-month basis. Cash contracts have remained flattish, and the M2F book has picked up 8% on a month-on-month basis. But yes, capital market theme stocks have seen a correction from the recent highs. For CDSL, BSE, Grow and Angel One ranging between 5 to 18%.
Just want to get a quick view from Siddharth Khemka. Might not want to talk about capital market stocks, Siddharth. I don't know if that's something that you want to talk about. If you do, then most welcome. But just the broader view about how the market is looking at the measures and this ordinance which has been announced today. We're seeing the rupee responding as it should be. But other concerns for the markets right now?
Yeah, Taman, I think several measures announced on the broking side. I think the measures were already announced in March, and only the implementation which was delayed. So what we believe is that most of the broking houses, especially on the prop book side, they would have had enough time to realign their funding requirements as well as capital requirement. So in that sense, the impact on broking companies should be to that extent not that much. The retail trading that continues unaffected. So we believe that overall, if you look at some of the companies, Angel One, Grow, both of which we like, we see strong performance from Grow in Q4. It continues to report strong revenue growth. There is a rising user adoption of all products. Plus, its brokerage business is gaining market share across segments. So Grow is something that we like. We have a target price of 235 there. Angel One also looks attractive there. So I think that's the space while the market is looking at the short term where the sentiment could be weak. But I think from a long-term perspective, the broking industry looks attractive.
Okay. Thank you so much, Siddharth, for speaking with us. Have a great weekend. I think that's also part of why you're seeing a bit of concern in the markets. No one likes to go into a strong position one way or the other ahead of a two-day market holiday right now when everything is so uncertain in the world. So which is why the quick market check, it's the bank nifty which is holding up really more than anything else. What's interesting is that a lot of what the governor said about the economy, etc., has gotten overshadowed by this relief for foreign investors in debt. So you're seeing some reactions there a little muted because the governor did talk about how there would be a very close watch and some concerns about what's happening geopolitically. Frankly, no one knows what's happening there. What's buzzing today, I think BSE Realty and Nifty Realty is seeing some excitement. Let's pull up the Nifty Realty index, and that is seeing some excitement because, again, there is no immediate rate hike which came in that was not even expected, but that is seeing some excitement. Nifty Healthcare is also not doing too badly. That's also looking like a safe space right now. We'll take a very quick break. We're coming back with closing ideas after this break, including what you should buy today, sell Monday. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
We'll be traveling back to Delhi first thing tomorrow morning, where we'll be meeting with Minister Goyal. And we're very optimistic. Look, we're 99% there. The last 1% we're working on.
So SBI AMC, is there a timeline yet for the IPO?
We hope to do sometime during this year. We are just waiting for the regulatory approvals.
In the near future, it looks sustainable, but it all depends on the environment and the war. So if it really deteriorates and one doesn't have any idea of when will it end, every day you get hopes and the next day the hopes are dashed.
There is a cost impact, and I would say there's a 100 crore cost impact, but I think that we've repriced some of our services to build in the inflation that's come from that.
But if you could give us some details about what that 1% is.
That's a great question. You must be with the media. Are you? What outlet?
NDTV Profit.
Great question.
All right, let's go across to Gaurav Sharma. He's Associate VP and Head of Research Globe Capital, joining in right now where we're talking about what's happening in the markets on the Nifty and the Bank Nifty specifically. Gaurav, is this going to be a missed opportunity for those who didn't come in? Markets have not really caught up to what's happening on the bonds and the rupee side. But do you think that there is now strength in the rupee that is perhaps not visible currently?
I think there are two ways to look at it, Tamanna. Yes, the welcome move by RBI and a right response by USD INR as we speak. Another point to look at it as crude oil prices. The depleting inventories globally will eventually lead to higher purchasing going forward, and that will eventually have a positive impact on crude oil prices. I think the market is actually factoring in the future headwinds here, rather than what's exactly precisely happening in the very narrow term. But yes, dollar is something to keep a close eye at. But I think a lot of other headwinds are also there for Indian economy, which actually the investors are penciling in. Apart from this, I think the Friday factor is also having their toll on markets as of now.
Okay. The other story that we're focusing on is Blue Spring and Quess Corp that have surged in trade following an order win for Quess Corp subsidiary Blue Spring. The order, in fact, exceeds the company's own market cap. Jasmeet joining in with more details. Jasmeet, this sounds like something quite unusual.
Well, right, Tawana rightly said, this is quite a news in the market today, and on the same basis, we see Blue Spring buzzing almost 40% in today's trade. Let's quickly understand what has happened. While Blue Spring's arm, that is Steg Energies, has received an order worth rupees 2,000 crore, and the order is from Balco. Now, the interesting part is, Blue Spring acquired Steg Energies 2 months ago for 180 crore, and now they have gotten an order for the same subsidiary of nearly 2,000 crore. That's a 11x return, what we are seeing here in terms of the order win. Now, other key details are the order is to operate and maintain over 1740 megawatts of power plant, which is under Balco. And as we know, Blue Spring operates as a service management, and so they have to manage the services of this particular power plant. And this order is spread across next 5 years. That's 60 months for the company. And if you look at the order win, the order has come under the telecom segment of the company, which nearly contributes 90% to the overall revenue. Now, in terms of the FY26, we do know that telecom sector of the company nearly added roughly 280 crores. Now, if you look at the key promoter holdings, and let's quickly understand why do we even have Quess Corp buzzing? Well, the Blue Spring is a recently demerged entity from Quess Corp, and the Quess Corp and Blue Spring have similar promoter holding. If you look at the key promoter holdings, almost 57% of the holdings of Blue Spring is the similar entities are holding stakes in Blue Spring as well as in Quess Corp. Now, while the Ajit Isaac, who is the MD director of the overall Quess Corp, nearly holds 13% stakes in Blue Spring at this moment, and that's why we see a positive sentiment across the group companies. Now, if you look at the FY26 figures for Blue Spring, how it operates is overall revenue touches 3,300 crores, and it's up roughly 11% for particular counter, and the margins have remained flat at 3.7%. Now, given this new order win, we can expect an up move coming in terms of the top line going ahead in the coming years. Further, we also note that the overall profit turned positive for this particular entity in the previous year on the back of that exceptional item which we saw in the FY25, where the overall profit was negative. While if you look at the all in all, the street remains positive. This particular counter, the stock touched 14% high and currently is up 11% in today's trade.
Okay, thank you, Jasmeet, for that. Both the counters are actually firing. Let's get in Jay Bala as well. Jay, good afternoon. Before we talk about anything else in terms of markets, I want your views on Blue Spring and Quess Corp. Would you buy into the momentum that you're seeing today?
Yeah, see, Blue Spring is a relatively new list. I got history from July 2025. But given the very short-term price history, it does look bullish from current levels, and it looks like it's going to take out the listing highs, post-listing highs of about 100 odds. So the momentum is quite strong here. But I would rather look at this stock as a pullback candidate. Then it will make a lot of sense from a risk-reward perspective. So the short term is quite bullish for the stock, but I would wait for it. But when it comes to Quess Corp, that's slightly bullish. It's been on a prolonged downtrend, and that it's trying to reverse that. So basically, a close about 245 would be a positive for it. And it seems to be trying to put in a bottoming process here.
Okay, so that's with regards to Quest Corp and Blue Spring. Neeraj Diwan, market expert, also joins in. Neeraj, any views that you have? We're talking about a company whose market cap is probably less than or equivalent to the order that they have won. How are you looking at both these companies, Quest Corp and Blue Spring?
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, as far as Blue Spring is concerned, I really don't track the stock, so I can't really comment on what their business is and what this order will do for them. Plus, I don't know what kind of margins are there for this order, so I can't comment on Blue Spring. Quest Corp has been into a downturn. You've seen the stock has been correcting for the last, I think, almost 1 year now, and maybe today's move is just a one-off move. So I also will not really be chasing Quest Corp after today's move. I'll rather see whether this is going to have any earnings improvement for Quest Corp as such. If that is not the case, I think then it will purely be on the merits of the valuation which Quest Corp is trading in, and it's been into a downturn.
Neeraj, hi, Tamanna here. Would you look favorably at banks today after everything that the Reserve Bank of India has said? There's clearly a bit of a relief rally coming in. Do you see anything attractive which is worth looking at these levels?
I think some of the banks, like even PSU banks, like State Bank and all, which have a good, foreign currency deposits also. I think those do look good. I think for them, maybe some, improvement will happen as far as, they'll be able to get more of those foreign currency deposits. And, one should identify similar banks which have I think Federal Bank also has, South Indian Bank also has. So you have to see which banks have. I think they will definitely benefit with the kind of measures that RBI has done to attract foreign currency deposits and, improve the rupee position.
Okay, so that's with regards to banks as well. On the charts, Jay, how are you looking at the private versus the PSU space and anything that looks interesting?
Yeah, the private sector banks are very due for a bottom. And if you recall, February 2026, it was the private sector banks that led the markets higher. I'm anticipating, the public sector banks that led the market higher. So I'm anticipating private sector banks to lead the next leg of banks move higher. But I don't anticipate the banking sector to be an outperformer. I'm anticipating the private sector banks to do better than the PSU banks within the banking space.
Okay, so that's the take on banks. Some of the other stocks that have really been in focus this afternoon, and I want to talk a bit about what's happening with Saregama. Saregama, in fact, let's pull up the chart for the last 1 month on Saregama. Today, another 5% up, but this is one stock which has been buzzing. Strangely enough, you have a lot of media stocks buzzing today, about 40% up on just Saregama. On charts, Jay, is this something that you're tracking? What are you making of this? I'm going to add a Z Entertainment on it while we're at it.
That's right. See, the Nifty media sector as such, it's breaking out of an inverse head and shoulders pattern. And Z is the leader within that space. And I would, as long as the Nifty media index stays above 1360, I think it's on it's reversing a sustainable breakout. I anticipate the Nifty media index to rally to somewhere close to 1840 from current levels. So this is looking like a sustainable break. I haven't looked at Saregama closely, but I think Z has possibly put in the bottom. And so, yeah, more upsides potential for the entire sector.
That's with regards to media as a space. But moving on, let's also get in my colleague Shivam, who's taking us through the stocks which are actually buzzing in today in such a muted market. Shivam, good afternoon. What do you have for us?
Well, yes, the first stock in the list is TVS Supply Chains, as the company has entered aerospace and defense supply chain segment business. The company has partnered with Italy-based ALA Group and has formed a joint venture. And with this joint venture, the focus will be on aerospace procurement, inventory and fulfillment solutions. Now, the TVS will hold around 51% of the ownership, while the ALA Group will hold around 49% in this joint venture. And with this joint venture, the company targets to achieve more than 2,000 2,000 crore cumulative revenue by 2031. Next stock is Juniper Hotels. The company has signed a share purchase agreement to acquire 100% of Juniper Hospitality Assets Private Limited, and the purpose of this acquisition is the company is going to develop a 5-star hotel in Delhi on a 2.5 acres land, and prior to this there were no shareholding of Juniper Hotels in the JHAPL, while post deal the Juniper hotels will hold around 100% of the company. Third stock is FDC, which is seeing some pressure as the Maharashtra FD officials have visited the warehouse and has seized and collected some stock of Enerzel, and the final examination result is still yet to be received by for the company, and the company has said that they will take a legal recourse against this seizure.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Shivam. You know, we've been talking about monetary policy, and this quick take from Bank of America I thought was noteworthy, Hiral, where they're saying that the RBI is cautiously balanced and has delivered for now risks to current account deficit depending on the duration of the conflict and adverse weather conditions remain near-term headwinds. This part I thought was important. They brought forward their rate hike estimate from December 26 to August 26, with a second rate hike likely in December 26 and then in Feb 27. They've also revised their projections for growth and inflation, showing a greater shift towards stagflationary trends, and believe the projections incrementally are moving towards a trend focused on managing the inflation shock over the growth shock. They consider rate hikes in the near future once clarity emerges on the monsoons. Frankly, the chances of a rate hike coming faster are not incorrect, because from the Reserve Bank of India's perspective also, you'd wait to see what happens with both the monsoon and with the West Asia crisis.
Yeah, and I think, from a couple of conversations that I was having as well, everyone's of the opinion right now is that probably there is that undertone of being hawkish right now, and they're not seeing any hurry in terms of the RBI going ahead and doing anything with the rates. Yes, there are two rates, two changes that are being priced in right now, but again, as Tamanna is mentioning, they will wait and see the impact as well. But from there, one interesting aspect that Sharad is just pointing out right now is the Indian rupee, Tamanna, has become the best performing currency in the world today. It's only today. It's only, and that's the caveat over here, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's
underline that it's today, but it is good to see this as well, right? I mean, all this while we've been talking about the pressure, the depreciation that is coming in as well. One day, I think appreciation is a good factor.
Yeah, I know. The analyst that you were the expert that you were speaking to said that if the flows come in as expected, the RBI will have to intervene on the opposite side by beginning to buy dollars. Well, talking about intervention when there is a big move in any asset class, after HDFC AMC's ICICI Prudential Mutual Fund that has restricted bulk investments in gold ETFs, restrictions on gold ETF inflows will start from June 5th post 3 p.m., which is 9 minutes ago now. Ridhima is joining in with more. Ridhima, this is the second major player that has announced this, isn't it?
Absolutely, and we just spoke about this in the morning as well, that major AMCs will be taking this. Associates also confirmed this, and now ICICI Mutual Fund has indeed restricted bulk investments in gold ETFs starting June 5th, and now it's already 3 p.m. So, this is after HDFC had just announced this yesterday that they will also be restricting their bulk investments in ETFs, gold ETFs and gold ETF fund of funds. And in fact, their restriction will start a bit later on June of 8th. And also, for gold fund of fund ETFs, they had made these restrictions as well. Now, this move comes. There has been gold import pressure on India, and the government of India has also increased the custom duty on the precious metals from 6 to 15%, and it goes in line with that. And even the HDFC AMC had also said that they would want investors to go for equity and debt mutual funds, which means that we could see more investment coming in from those areas from the investor side. And now, the other big AMCs which could be seeing this similar action is SBI Mutual Fund. Nippon, the largest gold ETF AUM, comes from there, around 58,000 crores. and SBI followed by ICICI and HDFC, and they both have already done it. So we have to wait.
We may see others doing it as well. So the question is, if you have these gold ETFs, what does it mean for you? If you have ongoing investments, nothing really. They just don't want more of this money coming in at this point, because clearly investors now are looking at other options apart from equity. Thank you for that, Ridhima. Neeraj Diwan, in fact, I'm going to get your take on this very quickly and talk about how gold ETFs, we saw the same thing with silver ETFs, because prices are so volatile. But as an investment instrument for our viewers, how should they look at gold ETFs?
I think that this restriction is, I think, on bulk, big amounts. It won't be for small investors. So I feel that if someone needs to have a portfolio allocation, as for what we are suggesting to our investors, is that at least 10 to 12% of your liquid investment should go in gold and silver, because the gold gives that stability over long term, and silver, because the various uses silver is being put to, I think that also gives a good long term investment view for silver. So I think that 10 to 12% should go in these two commodities.
Okay, so that's ICICI Prudential, and you're talking about HDFC as well. Both of them have actually looked at curbing investments in terms of ETFs right now. But very quickly, before we go to anything else, Adani Enterprises and Energy, two counters I want to pull up on the screens right now. We did see a block deal this morning we spoke about. See the kind of surge that we're seeing, 2.5%, 3%, and energy as well. And if you have to look at from April to now, spectacular returns. Just a disclaimer as well that, NDTV Profit is AMG Group, AMG company, which is owned by Adani Group as well. But on both these counters, Neeraj, any views that you have, you think with the surge that has already come in, I mean, what should investors do? Because there's lots more lined up. The group did announce a capex plan as well, and the timing is very interesting.
As far as energy power is concerned, I'm positive on this segment, and we've already seen stocks moving also. Even Adani Energy talked about energy, green energy, Adani Power. We've seen a good move there. So I'm not giving a full view on the full Adani Group as such, but specifically the power-related segment, the power energy, green energy, whether it's Adani or otherwise other companies in the sector. I'm positive on that.
So that's what regards to where the Adani Group companies go. But speaking about the RBI's FPI relief move, World Bank of India Executive Director, that's Neelkant Mishra, says that the tax relief will restore dollar visibility and strengthen the case for faster bond index inclusions. Here's his quick view.
I think more than the investment itself, see, what we have to understand is that the currency market was in a state of panic. And I don't lightly use the word. We have seen that the demand for dollars was way higher than what our balance of payment deficit was. The only way to stem this panic is to show visibility that there are a lot of dollars coming. And frankly, this will allow or accelerate the process of India getting included in the bond indices, global bond indices.
Okay, so that's the word coming in there when it comes to the kind of impact it could have for the FIs to come back in. And number two is defending the Indian rupee. But moving on, you have the defense sector also that has in focus. In fact, good buying interest coming in there today, though the index is absolutely flat, but a lot of counters that are moving. Now, yesterday you had the Raksha Mantri, which approved a twofold increase in financial ceiling for field commanders. Now, this will strengthen the operational efficiency. The financial delegation is something that will support procurement exceeding almost 1.25 lakh crores through a revenue route. The revised financial powers for indigenization and R&D has actually doubled, and that will boost the Atmanirbharta and minimize the import dependency. The new provisions are also introduced to accelerate joint service procurement by the lead services, and that has enhanced powers. Because of this, strong moves coming in terms of, if you just look at the defense components, look at a Paras defense in trade as we speak. You had Zen Technologies as well, which was moving, but Astra, Dynamite Tech, HAL, BEML, some moves coming in on these counters. Any view on the charts, JF, have to look at defense as a back?
I've been saying for quite some weeks that the capital goods space, including the defense space, are in a very bullish space. I'm the basic capital goods index, which includes or encompasses the defense stocks, I've projected a level of 99,000 for the basic capital goods. So I've been quite bullish on both the capital goods and the defense space. So it's not surprising that they are rising here. So I anticipate this action to continue for the defense space as well as the capital goods space. They got a considerable amount of upsides left.
I just want to look at what the view is on some of those pharma stocks. And Jay, I wonder how you're looking at Wockhardt. I mean, if there has ever been a seesaw for a company this week, it has been Wockhardt. Pull up the chart for the whole week. Right now, about 8% down. But I think if you look at how it's been altogether, it becomes pretty much flat because it had those highs Monday onwards and actually started last Friday in trade. First, the CDSCO gave its clearances in the US FDA. After that, some profit booking coming back to the fore. What next for Wockhardt on the charts? And then, of course, I'll come to Neeraj on what he makes on it fundamentally.
See, the pharma sector has been late to the breakout, and Wockhardt is one of the leading stocks within that space. But at current levels about 1900 plus, it's a bit risky. I would wait for some more pullback to happen, but I think it's still got some more upside left. And even within the pharma sector, it reached a high of somewhere close to 24,900. I think a bare minimum of about 26,000 is the potential for the Nifty Pharma Index. So I would equate both these together. And I would consider Wockhardt as being continuing to be in an uptrend, but still got very extreme short-term downside potential. But once that's done, anticipated to continue to fresh record highs.
Levels. What are the levels you see for it? Where does it make sense to buy?
I would look at somewhere close to 1825 to 1775. That will be. I'm not guaranteeing it's going to come there, but if it does come there, it will make it very attractive.
Okay, and on the upside?
I would expect Wockhardt to touch somewhere close to 2,400.
2,400 on the upside, possibly for Wockhardt. Neeraj Sivan, have you bought into that whole story of Zenith?
Actually, had bought and already booked profit also there. But I think that considering the move that we've seen in Wockhardt over the last few months, I think that now it's getting a little risky to invest at this time. I agree with Jay Bala there that one should wait for some pullback to invest into Wockhardt. It's becoming expensive now. But as pharma as a whole, I think there is definitely some stock-specific move which has to do more with API, CRAM, that segment. I feel that has more scope going ahead for the next. If someone is investing for 2 to 3 years, that has more potential as far as returns are concerned.
Okay, so that's with regards to pharma names as well right now. Can we just pull up the metal index on the screens, because there is that selling pressure which is coming in there. IT as a sector is also seeing that selling pressure in today's session, but specifically when it comes to metals, if we look at the components as well, we've spoken about OFS that could be a potential in terms of hinging by the government. 2% is what you're looking at. That stock is down a little over 6%. Vedanta under pressure, SAIL, Hindalco, Hind Copper, all of them taking a beating. What is your view, Neeraj, when it comes to the metal space? Because it's been a topsy-turvy ride to some extent, I would say, because good amount of surge that we've seen. And then the last couple of days, yes, some days positive, some days negative. But structurally, how are you looking at it?
Actually, if you see the last few months, metal has given a very good return. Whether it's ferrous, non-ferrous, we got very good return. So I think the stocks have corrected from those highs and now consolidating. But over the short to medium term also, I'm positive on the metal space. I feel that even, though if you see the results, the volumes have gone up, margins are good, prices have been supportive as far as metals are concerned. So I feel that after this consolidation, maybe small correction there and there, I think metal valuation-wise, especially ferrous steel, stocks are not expensive, so even their valuations are supportive. So I would be buying on dips, I would accumulating on dips as far as the metal is concerned, whether it's ferrous or even non-ferrous space.
Okay, so that's with regards to metals. Jay, on the charts, are you seeing an opportunity to buy from here on because there is pressure today?
You got to be very selective here. The Nifty Metals Index is one of the few indices that have clocked fresh all-time highs. And this is along with the Pharma Index, Mid-Cap Index, and Defense Index, and Capital Goods Index. So you've got to be very selective there. If you look at something like outside the main components of the Nifty Metals Index, there's something like Sandur Manganese. Those are all very, very interesting stocks. But frontline names, you got to be doing a little bit of wait and watch because the Nifty Metals Index, it's not completely clear if the recent all-time high completed the entire move that started from the 2025 low. So I'm watching with a bit of caution here. But there are opportunities, like I mentioned, like RHI, Magnesita, or Sandur Manganese. Look at those names which haven't been participated yet.
Okay, as we go into the last bits of trade, Jay, let's get your BTST ideas, or more likely buy today, sell Monday. Are there any ideas that you're looking at for the week which is upcoming?
Yeah, it's in the small cap space. There's a stock called Roto Pumps. It's breaking out of an inverse head and shoulders pattern. And so, I anticipate the stock to move on a positional basis as well as on a by BTST perspective. Positional perspective, I'm more confident. I'm expecting the stock to double from current levels. So I anticipate it to hit about 112 to 125. So from a BTST perspective, I don't anticipate the stock to drop below 61 before it touches 63.5 tomorrow or on Monday.
Roto Pumps, okay. There is, it's a small cap, so please look at it after you do all of your due diligence. Just want to put that out there. Neeraj Diwan, what are you finding exciting for the upcoming week?
I feel that the energy space is one space which should continue doing well. There are opportunities there. Of course, stock-specific opportunities are still there. So, so that should do well. And then, even financials, like we discussed earlier, even some of these private sector banks like ICICI Bank, they've corrected and consolidated enough. I think not for the next week, but I'm talking about next 1 to 2 years. Even I think they valuation-wise make sense to invest in some of these private sector banks also. And energy is one segment where I'm positive on. Then, even in pharma, like I mentioned, the stocks which are into CRAMS, API, I think that is one space where, for the 2 to 3 year perspective, one can look at investing. So these FMCG names also came out with good set of results. So I think if you saw some of them, like even Tata Consumer results are very good. Viva was also not bad results. And we saw a good move happening there post results in stocks like Nestle. Then the stocks have been consolidated. They've corrected also a bit from the high. I think there also some moves can continue.
Okay, Nestle, would you really go into FMCG going forward ahead of the monsoon, Neeraj? Does that become one key factor for next week, looking at what consumption trends are because of the monsoon?
Yeah, again, for 1 week I can't, suggest anything because I'm a fundamental analyst. But if you generally talk about it, for a FMCG company, when inflation goes up, it gives them a reason to increase prices also. So they can, increase prices, and the prices, if they sustain at those levels, and their margins improve over a period. So in rising inflation, normally it's good for FMCG stocks. So keeping that in mind, for the next couple of years, I think if that should be positive as far as FMCG is concerned.
Okay, in fact, as we speak, the spike is very interesting in terms of Nestle as well, though it's up nearly 0.6% as we speak. But, we have just have a HDFC Securities which has come out with a note on the back of the new fund rules that will be applicable from the 1st of July. Where they've said that the measure could actually impact trading activity as 35% of the industry margins are backed by FDs and bank guarantees. Now, they're assuming that half of these are pure bank guarantees and they're applying a 50% impact rule. This would actually result in derivative volumes which will be estimated to be down by about 8 to 10%. This is what HDFC Securities is highlighting right now. Neeraj, basis the note that HDFC Securities has come up with and their estimation, how are you looking at the impact in terms of capital market stocks? Because you just have a BSE, which is under pressure today.
Yeah, actually, from the high, BSE is corrected, and even MCX is being corrected to some extent. So capital market stocks like BSE, I think they're already accounting for this disruption or this, volume change which may happen because of the margin rules and because the BG's, the margin rule. So that, I think, impact is already built into it. I think from these levels, should see some more correction. I think BSE will again become like a buy. I think this is already priced in as far as my understanding is.
Okay. Thank you so much, Neeraj and Jay, for joining us on this leg of the markets. Let's quickly close out what's been happening and what has been quite an eventful week coming in. You wouldn't think it's eventful, Hiral, if you looked at where the Nifty is closing, just about flat.
You have to see the intraday chart. I think that will tell you what the event was.
That will tell you the story. If we can just quickly pull up the intraday chart for the Nifty, and that tells you the story.
I mean, look at this, right? This is where the RBI governor started speaking, and that's where you saw that recovery that started to come in, and gave up the gains, again tried to make that recovery attempt as well. And exactly from what you're saying, when you started the show as well, that the markets have not really understood the impact in terms of how negative it is or how positive it is for the equity markets. Everyone is just looking at the impact from a bond perspective right now.
No, but so that's the disappointment.
Exactly.
Because I'll tell you what's happening. If you pull up the weekly chart as well, and we'll be going into closing in just a minute, but the weekly chart for the Nifty will tell that story. So a lot of buzz going on, right? Between Tuesday and Wednesday that something's coming. It did not come on Wednesday. Thursday, that buzz starts picking up, and the expectation is that there's going to be some tax relief for foreign investors into equity markets. I mean, whoever was thinking that has clearly not gone back and actually observed what this government has been saying time and again, that they don't really want to encourage hot money. If foreign investment comes, that's great, but it should come in the form of very solid FDI, or you're investing in government bonds which go in.
They want long-term capital basically.
No, and government bonds, that money goes to build infrastructure in the country, etc., etc. Pull up the Nifty heat map as we go into close, because clearly you'll have maybe some winners but more losers on that. That split is very clear. Hindalco not doing great. Wipro, there was a block deal and a whole host of reasons. And
then a buyback. It's trading ex buyback as well today,
which is why you're seeing this happening. Trent also losing a bit of its steam, as is TCS. But on the winning side, I mean, Adani Enterprises, what a week that stock has had. If you can pull up the weekly for Adani Enterprises, and of course standard disclaimers here, Adani Enterprises and Adani Ports, both those stocks have been buzzing through the week, about 2% up finally for Adani, and a lot of that coming in right now. Adani Ports is completely flat as far as the week goes. But let's go back to that Nifty heat map just for a second and talk about what's happening there. The spike in HUL, and I think you noticed that in Nestle as well. Let's pull up the intraday for HUL and Nestle and look at what's happening there. There seems to be some excitement about FMCG majors too.
There you go, exactly. In fact, let's just pull up the FMCG index along with the components. There you go, FMCG index with the components, and that will tell you HUL, Britannia, Nestle, IT. I mean, this is where that marginal spike has come in this last probably 15 minutes of trade. What is that optimism is what we have to figure out.
Yeah, now. Maybe something very, very specific really, because there's no overpowering theme. Let's look at the small cap and the mid cap before we go into the last few minutes of trade, just about 3 or 4 minutes to go. The small cap in 250 also completely flat. So is the mid cap, but advanced decline is evenly positioned, 1234 to 1366. There's both sides of the story going on here, and you're seeing that in the intraday as well.
And I think what's holding up is Bank Nifty. Let's just pull up the intraday chart, because that's one which has actually outperformed your benchmark as well as your other indices. I mean, it did dip, but now ending with gains of 0.4%. So there is little strength coming in here, and you don't have a HDFC Bank which has participated today in the Bank Nifty, which is interesting.
Yes, which might actually come to the fore. Yeah. Let's pull up all the weekly charts of all of these key indices before we wrap up. I want to look at Bank Nifty. Nifty IT, that will be an interesting one to see. And then of course the majors, 1% down for the Bank Nifty, 1.5% down for Nifty IT, over the week coming in. You also have, let's pull up the Nifty, the mid cap and the small cap. Mid cap is about 3% down. One sec, just go back to the mid cap index for a second, because that was where you saw all of the buzz coming in, right? People talking about a parallel bull market happening in the mid-cap stocks. That's where the profit booking has come this week. Let's pull up the small cap for you, and then, of course, the Nifty.
Slightly more resilient in terms of the small cap, so probably that's where the action has slightly continued, right? If you just look at the NSE 500 as well in terms of components, very interesting names, Tamanna. Look at, on Network 18 is the Quest Corp we spoke about it, Z Entertainment, that has been buzzing over the last couple of days. Adani Green, RITES, very interesting names. Adani Energy as well. And on the losing end, today it's the day for the metals back.
Yeah, the metals taking a break over there. Rajesh Exports making it down to lower circuit, second day in a row. Sterlite again seeing some steam come off, and HFCL in that list as well. But that's all the time we have on India Market Close. Don't go anywhere, because right after this break, we're coming up with our Friday offering of the Editor's Cut. On the show today is Sridhar Sivaram. He'll be in the studios in just a bit. Stay tuned for that.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
We'll be traveling back to Delhi first thing tomorrow morning, where we'll be meeting with Minister Goyal. And we're very optimistic. Look, we're 99% there. The last 1% we're working on.
So SBI AMC, is there a timeline yet for the IPO?
We hope to do sometime during this year. We are just waiting for the regulatory approvals.
In the near future, it looks sustainable, but it all depends on the environment and the war. So if it really deteriorates and one doesn't have any idea of when will it end, every day you get hopes and the next day the hopes are dashed.
There is a cost impact, and I would say there's a 100 crore cost impact, but I think that we've
Well, hello and welcome to our special offering on Fridays, the Editor's Cut, wherein we try and talk about what we think as the key outcome of the developments that have happened in the week, and then get in our guest editor to try and weigh in on whether she or he agrees with the three argumentative Indians on this table or not. And guys,
speak for yourself. I agree with everyone.
Yeah, well, I can safely say first-hand experience that that's not true. No, but frankly, if we thought that we want to talk about the week, Friday told us that you might as well talk only about Friday and you will end up talking about the week. So in some sense, for me, the key takeaways as I looked through the week, and I heard you guys say that the mid-cap index has had a bit of a profit booking, so the parallel bull market This week has not turned out to be true, but the big expectation was the policy, and I think the policy was an expected line. So policy was an expected lines per se, the hold, etc. But the moves on taxation are really, really encouraging. And our cheat sheet, because I was talking to Sridhar Shriram just before the show started, you guys were anchoring, and the numbers that he has in store for what the inflows could be like are very, very encouraging. So that is one good thing. I would suspect, and I don't know how you guys think about it, but I would suspect that we'll probably have a series of other steps accompanying this, which might help the inflows and the sentiment. Though there's a story that's floating around what could happen for brokerages in terms of margin funding and the capital that they put in, etc., and stuff like that. And if that were to turn out to be true, it could be an overhang for that particular
You mean
sector.
the margin trading facility deadline?
Yes.
On 1st July. But that's confirmed.
Yeah.
It's not being extended.
And the other moves that come in for prop trading, etc., and the capital that they have to put up, if all of that turns out to be true, it's a bit of a problem. So therefore, the simplest argument that almost everybody's making on the street is the rupee depreciation brings about losers. Don't focus on them. Look at the gainers, look at winners which benefit out of the rupee, and therefore look at the exporters, look at textiles, look at auto ancillaries, maybe at some point of time look at IT. I think that seems to be the simplest investment argument that one can make right now.
To some extent, yes. But the way I was looking at it is, with the measures that have been announced, you are seeing a structure which is strengthening. And from what Tamanna just started off, India Market Close as well, where she categorically highlighted as well, which is absolutely right, that the markets are not really looking at the positive picture yet. And that's the reason why we saw profit booking. Because if you see the euphoria that we've seen pre-policy, somewhere you can say the markets have given that away to some extent, because we've traded actually kind of at a razor's edge, is what I would say, in the last 4-5 trading sessions. Now, there have been defensive capital shifts that are happening as well in terms of individual sectors. Look at metals and tech. Both of them high-flying sectors, they've given away gains. Your multi-sector rally that you were seeing has given out a breather right now. So that's from the market side of it. Now, if you look at the RBI, it's kind of a reality check as well, because your multi-billion-dollar regulatory and tax relief package that has come in for the FIIs. However, the unanimous decision that we're talking about, to add to that, you've slashed your growth outlook for FY27. You've increased your inflation forecast. So the counter argument to that is, on growth and inflation front, are the FIs, if they're going to come into the country, are they going to be okay with that kind of a structure? That's the argument where everyone is talking about right now, and the ifs and the buts. But yes, the structure, the path that they are taking in terms of the RBI is absolutely positive. But the moment other measures do come in, that's when probably there will be an answer to this question.
But the standalone is good, right? I mean, what they've done, standalone
It is
a really good move.
I think people are obfuscating what they want with what they need. Okay, so let me explain this. And this happens sometimes because you want to eat a mithai, but actually you need salad. So it might be a weird comparison, but what the market wants is LTCG hata do, make things very attractive. You want that cheesecake served to you. What you need as a nation is a high fiber diet. And I'm thinking about that because I'm going into the weekend, which is always very tough. So pardon me for that. But you need to get a good, steady diet of protein, which will keep you going. That's what this kind of foreign flows will look like. So, I mean, here's my take for the week. India's countermeasures, in my view, have just begun. And I completely agree with you, Neeraj. In fact, a lot of reports doing the round, the top ministries have been asked to compile information on what we are doing, and there will be a lot more in the coming week from India's side officially that, hey, here's our plan. We've been quiet so far as a nation onto what our plan is to save the economy. There haven't been much out there publicly. I think that's about to change. Today was just day one. The fact that this measure, which we saw today, was bought in by an ordinance, in my view, is significant because it shows that there's urgency but not desperation. Why do I say that? Because the way they choose, the form and fashion in the way they chose to communicate is also important. It was through the Reserve Bank of India's monetary policy and the measures that they are taking. Remember, the ordinance and the Gazette came out at the same time as the governor was giving out his speech. So that also tells me that there will be a very calibrated move to put out this information and this communication to the wider cohort of global investors that India is now talking to. I honestly believe that the significance of this PROI announcement has been overlooked by markets today. What is PROI? Person residing out of India. And this individual entity can now invest 10% in a listed entity instead of 5% earlier. This is mistakenly by some being likened to the NRI bonds scheme of 2013, saying we're coming back with it. Well, it's not, because your cohort of beneficiaries is now beyond NRIs or anyone related to India, right? It's person residing outside India. Technically, that could be anybody, any individual entity, and not just a non-resident. And that increases access to capital markets and goes beyond a high-yielding debt instrument for the rupee, the way we saw in 2013. When we're talking about the rupee, we saw a huge recovery. I mean, that was the star of the show today, going past, strengthening past 95.
You could call it the standout victory of the week, I would say, probably.
Yeah, in one day, you know, some of that pain was over. For whoever is planning to buy dollars and travel in the next few days, good for you, and too bad if you've already done that exchange. But anyway, that's on a lighter note. I truly believe that recovery journey may have just begun, and this is unlikely, what we've seen so far, to be the only weapon in the government's arsenal. Expect more fireworks in the days to come. And that's something we'll be speaking to Sridhar Sivaram in a bit just now as well, and he's just walking in as we're seeing. But you know, even as we're talking only about Friday, because Friday was such a banger of a day, what an interesting week it has been, because it has been, as we've been calling it, conference season. We've been meeting so many investors, and one of the top market guys I met at one of the recent investor meets, it was a corporate investor meet, I asked, itna mood kyun kharab hai market ka? The answer was, kahan kharab hai? Kahan hai mandi? Mujhe to nahi dikh rahi hai. That's not necessarily what everyone is saying. Many people are a little muted, but is that the right answer or not? I don't know. Sridhar, hi, welcome.
Hi.
Welcome, please.
Thanks for inviting me.
This is how we do it at NDTV Profit. We capture you coming all the way in, and thank you so much for being here.
No, thanks for inviting me.
Has the RBI and the government of India actually over-delivered on what was expected as a measure to bring back foreign investment, or have they under-delivered?
No, they have delivered for sure.
Okay, that's true.
Yeah, so I think it's, as we were discussing before, that what they have delivered on the debt FI taxation is very good. It doesn't mean that you get inflows immediately, because you have to keep in mind that the US interest rates at the 10-year is close to 5%. You look at some of the corporate bonds that you can buy there, you could easily get 6.5 odd percent. But this will come over a period of, so some of the irritants have been removed. Passive funds can easily come in now.
What does the effective return become after all of these tax incentives, if in case you've done that math for any FPI?
The effective return will be the return that you get on the bond, exactly the same, because there is no, earlier you had a 20% TDS or a withholding tax, and you had a capital gains. Now none of those, neither of them are there. So the return is exactly the same as, except for the currency. And in my view, if you look at the RER of India, which is and we are at around 88 right now. The last time we were around this range was in 2013, which was the taper tantrum, the fragile 5. So clearly we are, undervalued right now. So if I was a foreign investor in debt, and I look at the RER at 88 or 87, and I look at all the measures that the government has done today, I'll be tempted to invest in the debt securities, in the government securities today, with a view that the currency, if you ask me, I'm not an expert on currency, but you could easily see a currency appreciate, not depreciate for almost 12 to 18 months, given where RER is right now. And the history tells you that the currency appreciates when RER reaches such levels. And we saw that in 2013 also, the RBI and the government took a lot of actions. But Eventually, the currency will depreciate, but currently we are undervalued. That's how I look at it.
You know, the point that you made with RER as well, at that point in time, if I'm not mistaken, oil was at around $100 as well. Right now, we are below that. If you have to look at the interest in terms of the Indian bond markets versus what corporate bonds are offering in the US, does the math still fit in well where you will be able to actually attract that quantum that we've already lost?
So when I look at what they have done on the FI debt side, then I look at what they've done on the ECB side and on the FCNRB side, I'll be disappointed if we don't get at least 50 billion over the next 6 to 8 months. So that will make a big change. So I think you have to look at it from all the combined policy action, which is the government and the Reserve Bank. I think this is very positive. See, the other thing was, it was a vicious cycle that the exporters were not bringing their dollars back. The importers were wanting to, pay immediately. So this was a vicious cycle because nobody had confidence in the rupee.
Yeah.
When you get measures like this, there is a confidence that, the RBI and the government are serious about doing something about the rupee. Then it stabilizes, and that itself is enough. Where if you take the gross trade for India, if you take the exports and the imports, over a year it's close to $1 trillion. So if you analyze it on a monthly, on a daily basis, that's a large number. And if everybody is doing exactly what RBI doesn't want them to do,
it was a run on the rupee.
So it's a run on rupee, exactly. So that is what stops. So you just need stability, and then you get these inflows. That is enough for the currency to, which is what I'm saying. The RER in 2013, you can argue was fair at that time because our current account deficit was almost 4.5%. There's no way you can justify an RER at 88 today, is the point I'm making.
Nice. Music to the ears. What does this also mean in terms of rate action, Sridhar? Because there was a lot of voices on the channel after the policy happened that, but wait for the second half and looking at the inflation projections. And I know you differ there, right? Totally. But looking at the inflation projections, could we see a rate hike? Are you in the camp which believes that there will be a rate hike? Or because the RBI now doesn't have to do a rate action to defend the currency, if you will.
Yeah. So I'm happy they didn't confuse the currency and the rate to start with, that they focused on this policy only on managing the currency and nothing on the rate. My view, and the data is available for everybody to see, RBI's credibility on inflation is very poor, to say the least. So let's go back to June of last year, same time, same projection they did for FY26. They said 3.7. And I had come on your channel after that, and I said that they are totally off the charts. I was getting closer to 2.5 at that point of time, and I bumped it up because RBI was at 3.7. So I said, okay, closer to 3, maybe 2.5, 2.75. Actually, we got 2. So RBI's projection was 3.7, we got 2. That's a massive difference for somebody who's projecting inflation. Now, you come back to the projection now, 5.9 for the third quarter. There's no way we are getting that number.
Despite everything.
So you have to keep in mind that we are talking of CPI. The weight of fuel and power combined is about 9%. Food is still closer to 40%. And I think one point which people are missing is that last year's 2%, about 60 to 70 basis points came from gold and silver. Now, gold and silver are going to positively contribute to inflation. So, not only because gold and silver were up almost 100 to 80%, it was a 70 basis points weight. So, that contributed to about 70 basis points
so
on the inflation.
Instead of 5.9, where do you think it's going to be?
Around 4.5, 4.75.
Okay, so we are overestimating at this point.
Let's admit, projecting inflation is not very easy.
And right now, one would even give a little bit of a leeway to anyone trying to do that because things are so uncertain.
Yeah, but my only problem with RBI's projections is that they are always wrong on one side, which is they are always overestimating.
Yeah.
As a chartered accountant, we always used to say that whether you overestimate or underestimate, both are wrong from an accounting standpoint. it is very similar. If you're always overestimating and you're wanting to be safer on one side, I mean, it somewhere tells me that something is not correct.
So then very quickly, 30 seconds, rate action in the second half on the upside or not really?
Possible, but maybe after September. Maybe 25 basis points. But as we stand today and I look at the data, you can even go without a rate hike because the currency is stable now. So the only argument for rate hike was you wanted to use it as a stabilizer for the currency that they've taken care of. And if this is transient, the above 4% is transient and it falls back to 4, then what is the need to do a rate hike?
No, but then one is assuming that crude will stay where it is, continue to trend lower, all of this gets resolved. That is one part.
Are we saying that the government is going to pass on all the crude hikes? Are they in a position? So I'm looking at data. I'm not looking at the sentiments and the side frills. The crude, the CPI calculation is based on the actual petrol diesel price, not what
not
is
the crude
on the
basket or Indian basket or whatever.
The majority of the weight is for food, and
but
I
the
have
price
traveled.
hikes have been taken there.
Yes,
Milk has
but
gone
I have
up,
traveled
rice has
4
gone up.
states in the last 2 months, and I can tell you that pre-monsoon showers are very good. You're not seeing any impact. So the easiest thing for you to check is what is happening to onion potato price. Nothing else you have to see. They haven't gone up. They're actually down from last year.
Okay.
So
inflation is a bit of a boogeyman right now.
Yeah, and I think this El Nino is, I've heard this story many years. I will totally discount it. On the ground, I can't see anything.
We're looking for it in the sky. Yeah.
No, but
I've seen the skies and I'm telling you, I mean, last year I told you the same thing. I can't see 5.9. I could be wrong, but I'm just saying based on the data, 5.9 looks very difficult.
I think Sridhar will say बादल तो होंगे लेकिन बूंदे तो बरसनी चाहिए.
बूंदे ऑलरेडी बरस रही है. बूंदे ऑलरेडी बरस रही है. मैं 4 स्टेट जाके आया हूँ. बूंदे हर जगह बरस रही हैं. जब 45 डिग्रीज में बूंदे नहीं बरसनी चाहिए, बूंदे बरस रही हैं.
इन 4 स्टेट्स में कंजम्पशन का क्या हाल है, मूड का क्या हाल है? Because that's also the fear, right? What is happening with the economy on ground, consumption, will Q4 and what we've seen in Q4 results actually?
So I think there are some challenges on consumption. So I will not say that there isn't any challenges on consumption, because as your fuel prices go up, there is apprehension that it can go up more. It is a sentiment. So there is some challenges, but it is not as grave as it was made out to be on inflation in the policy, is the point I'm making.
No, and you know what Sridhar is saying with onion prices as well, but it's down. In fact, just last week, I was traveling towards Lonavala side. Their onion prices are actually at 10 rupees a kg. Have you ever seen onion prices at 10 rupees a kg?
I have no reference.
No, I have reference to this.
I need a backstory.
And it was a question mark to my mind as well.
Shopping for onions.
And when I saw that board that onion prices at 10 rupees a kg, it was really, I mean, I haven't seen 10 rupees per kg onions ever.
People buy chikki and fudge.
नहीं,
walnut fudge.
हमको देखना पड़ता है ना आजू बाजू when we have Sridhar who's going to 4 states and tracking onion and potato prices.
Talk to us a bit about equity markets. We've talked about debt, inflation, macro. A lot of viewers seeing this will say, "Ye sab to theek hai, beautiful, but portfolios are looking terrible."
Okay, that is the other thing. What is the issue with the equity market? So let me give you data. Okay. Calendar year, we've had 10 straight years of positive returns. Okay, so this is calendar year as of December every year, which is a record by any standards. I have been investing since '93 in the markets. My first 10 years, 5 years were negative years. For 9 years, the markets did nothing. Now, when you take the CAGR of these 10 years, your average is around 12.5%. This is the large cap, which is the Nifty. Now, cut to look at the mid caps. Mid caps are almost at their all-time highs. Last 5 years, CAGR is 20% for a mid cap. So, if a mid cap fund manager would have given you a few percentage points more, if he hasn't, then there is you can have a grudge. But if I'm giving it to a fund manager, assume that he's doing a good job. Now, the problem is that we are used to high returns every year. I mean, we can have a down year. I mean, what is the issue with the market?
It's a down 2 years. It's a down two and a
No,
half
it isn't.
years.
It isn't. That's what I'm telling you. 26, 25 also was a positive year. You can't have, if the 5-year CAGR is 20%, why should you complain? So my point is, yes, we've had challenging 12 months where earnings haven't been great. I think the problem is the relative returns, that when we are seeing US markets do what they're doing, Korean markets do what they're doing, that is a challenge that we have a FOMO, that ye miss ho gaya. But if I look at standalone the Indian markets, one, we have to accept that these are equity markets. You can't expect positive returns every year. So this may be the first negative year in 11 years. What is so bad about it? I mean, why are we complaining?
No, but I think, the complaint is also because everyone is looking at India as a collateral damage.
So yet our mid-caps are giving you 20% returns in the last 5 years. It's almost at its all-time high. What is your problem then? Where is the collateral damage?
Vis-a-vis, exactly, vis-a-vis your...
I agree. Vis-a-vis Korea, Taiwan, we have an issue. But I'm just saying that if we keep comparing ourselves with other asset classes, we'll have issue. I'm not saying India doesn't have an issue. All I'm trying to say is that our expectation of returns have become so high that we are not even able to bear one negative year. Yeah. So that is the point I'm making, that you don't get positive returns in equity markets every year. I started with 5 negative years out of 9, and the markets gave nothing for 9 years. So I think people have to get used to it. Despite all this, markets are giving you returns.
The question is why? Why do you have that negative sentiment? You're talking about it statistically, but that's not taking into consideration that we don't have an AI play. We don't have a large semiconductor company. We don't have a chip maker. The biggest weightage, or one of the biggest weightage in our Nifty, in our top 50 companies, or of a cohort of companies which no one knows whether they will make it to the next leg of technology change or not. It doesn't take into account all of that, Sridhar, to be fair.
It doesn't. And we've spoken about this for many years. 2 years back at your show, I said that we think IT is in a very difficult spot.
Yeah.
And it has played out that way. So we stayed away to a large extent from IT. As we speak, we have split opinions in our office where some people think that it is deep value.
There is a split opinion.
I'm still not in that camp. My point is maybe the index may struggle because you have banks which are going through their own set of issues as we speak, the large banks, because the PSU banks are very aggressive. So 40% of the index is struggling with profitability because one cohort is growing very fast, but then they don't care about the profits. The other cohort is trying to protect its profits, so cannot grow. IT has its own set of challenges, but there are others. So you have manufacturing, which is doing well. Defense is doing well. Pharma, which is doing extremely well. You can pick and choose, which pockets of pharma you want. So if you are constructing a portfolio, there are pockets where you can make money. I'm not saying it is easy, but it is far better today than it was 18 months back, because the valuations were really stretched then. At least today, when we look at opportunities, you do find reasonable opportunities in the market. I'm not saying everything is in the large cap. Maybe the top 50, maybe the index may struggle for some more time, but below I'm saying the large cap index, but below the large cap index, there is definitely story, and it's showing up in the returns. I'm just saying, you don't have to ask me, you just look at the mid cap index, it's doing well. And if you see the top performers in the mid cap index, you'll see power equipment, you'll see manufacturing, you'll see pharma. So obviously there are stories, there are earnings, and we saw the earnings growth last quarter. So I'm trying to put based on data, I'm trying to put a picture, and I'm accepting that there are challenges for our markets. It is not like everything is perfect, but nothing is perfect always, right? So you find...
Sridhar, we have 30 seconds. Is it almost simple that make a portfolio which has got the exporters because they will benefit out of the currency tailwind that is behind them for the next, behind their sales for the next 12 months?
No, not as simple as that. There are consumption stories also.
Domestic consumption, which you think will
so you can find domestic consumption stories. Exporters, the largest exporter is in trouble.
Yeah.
So you have to leave the services export. Yeah. So beyond that, you can look at. But I'm just saying it is not just as simple. You'll find stories even in banks. NBFCs are looking very interesting. Look at the way the housing, low-cost housing finance companies, their price-to-book multiples have collapsed from 5, 6 to literally 2 for ROAs of over 4%. They look very interesting. I mean, I was never a fan of that cohort at all. But now they look very interesting.
Is this the same setup that PSU banks were in 2020 or similar?
I would say similar. Adjusted for the ROAs. I mean, if you're getting 4% ROA, for this entire cohort and growing at 20%, then they do definitely look interesting. I mean, you can pick and choose the stock you want here. There are 10 of them. There's one coming up for IPO right now. You can pick and choose. There is.
Okay, so a lot of ideas there. It's a positive view coming in from Sridhar. That's great to hear as we wrap up this edition of Editor's Cut. Thank you so much for coming in. And thank you to all of you for joining in. We'll be back here next week, same time, same place.
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
We'll be traveling back to Delhi first thing tomorrow morning, where we'll be meeting with Minister Goyal. And we're very optimistic. Look, we're 99% there. The last 1% we're working on.
So SBI AMC, is there a timeline yet for the IPO?
We hope to do sometime during this year. We are just waiting for the regulatory approvals.
In the near future, it looks sustainable, but it all depends on the environment and the war. So if it really deteriorates and one doesn't have any idea of when will it end, every day you get hopes and the next day the hopes are dashed.
There is a cost impact, and I would say there's a 100 crore cost impact, but I think that we've repriced some of our services to build in the inflation that's come from that.
But if you could give us some details about what that 1% is.
That's a great question. You must be with the media. Are you? What outlet?
NDTV Profit.
Great question.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts
Government's big move to attract foreign investments, capital gains tax scrapped for FPIs investing in government bonds. FIIs will now enjoy zero tax on both interest and capital gains from G6. Rupee makes a sharp comeback, easing all its losses for the week after the RBI unveiled fresh measures to attract foreign capital. Rupee sees best performance in 2 months. RBI keeps repo rate unchanged at 5.25% amid the oil price shock. RBI opts for caution as inflation outlook rises. Market ends above 23,000 mark, slightly changed after a volatile session as investors digest a slew of measures by the government as well as the RBI governor's remarks on policy. Nifty and Sensex shed 0.7% for the week. Crude eases slightly amid uncertainty and prices steady since yesterday. Trump signals optimism on talks. Brent holds around $94 a barrel, while Israel strikes persist in Lebanon despite ceasefire tensions simmering. Ukraine President Zelensky writes an open letter to Putin for a face-to-face meeting. in a renewed bid to end the war, but Kremlin denies seeing the letter yet. The Annamalai BJP breakup is official. Party Softer quitting. Also BJP and Annamalai eyes new party for 2031 polls. BJP says no loss for the party. VinFast-backed Green SM enters India with all-electric taxi services. Launched in Delhi NCR, betting big on EV mobility as a ride-hailing battle heats up in key urban markets established by Ola and Uber. Hello and welcome. You've tuned into Profit 360. I'm Nisha Podar, and big breaking story at this point. From the macroeconomic perspective, India sees FY26 GDP growth at 7.7%. Estimate was of 7.5%. India's Jan-March GDP rises 7.8%. Estimate was 7.3%. And India's Jan-March GVA rises 7.9%. Estimate of 7.3%. Now remember that Jan's and March farm growth is 3.6% growth, mining growth of 5.4%, and remember the manufacturing growth comes in at 7.1%, power gas account for 4.1%. All right, so those are the numbers really flashing. Estimate of 7.5% and the actual is at 7.7%. All right, let's take it straight to an economist. Mithali Nikore, founder of Nikore Associates, joins in. Mithali, your first take on the estimates being beaten when it comes to GDP growth.
No, absolutely, Nisha. I think this is really something which we should be really happy about. We should celebrate this, especially given the tough headwinds that we're actually going to be facing in the Q1 of FY26. A strong Q4 of FY25 is what we really needed today. And, what we have seen is that this is really growth which has been driven by a number of sectors. Consumption, of course, remains one of the key foundations of this growth, but also we see that agriculture coming in at a stronger number. 3.6 was projected, now we're seeing a 3.8 and actual coming in over there. Mining really coming in as one of the most important contributors to this growth, and then also the services sector bucking its trend and also showing very strong numbers. So I think it just shows that the first quarter of the country of the economy is really a barometer for India's structural prowess and the structural strength of the Indian economy, which of course has been taking the onslaught of the West Asia crisis. But it shows us that our basic fundamentals remain extremely strong.
Right. So while, Mithali, we are exuberant about beating the estimates, but let's look at all the parameters. While FY26 GDP growth is at 7.7%, estimates of 7.5%, Jan to March GDP at 7.8% versus 7.3% estimate. While consumption, mining are the big boosters coming in, but it was also only 1 month of the war-related pressure, and that too, the pressure would have trickled into the economy and not onto the data as much. How do you assess that, and also an outlook on what could really come when it comes to GDP in the first quarter of FY27 then?
So I think the first quarter of FY27 is the one whose numbers are the ones that are making a lot of analysts, a lot of economists. I wouldn't say nervous, but we are, disappointed at the fact that the global economy, I wouldn't even say the Indian economy, right? The entire global economy was doing so well. We were seeing record low unemployment in the United States, for example. We were seeing that, in countries like Bangladesh, there was recovery taking place. In several African economies, they were posting positive rates of GDP growth. Gulf countries were at an all-time high in terms of foreign investment. So, the overall exuberance in the global economy has been tampered and has been tamed because of this oil price shock. And I do expect that, in this quarter, what we've seen, this strong growth can tide us through for at least 3 more quarters, that is the entirety of 2026 calendar year. And you look at the manufacturing growth, right? The numbers that are coming in, and 11% growth in manufacturing in this quarter. That is absolutely unprecedented, because you look at the previous 6 or 7 quarters and we haven't seen that kind of growth in India, again showing that semiconductors, electronics, some of these new age industries are the ones that have carried India forward.
That's right. In fact, Mithali, it pains to see this kind of a number now, because we know that a large part of that could be really facing some challenges in this first quarter of FY27. So the world has changed. If we could have carried that particular momentum that we are showcasing now in numbers, it would have been a great deal for this whole momentum of even this financial year, as you correctly said. All right. Thank you so much, Mithali, for joining in with your expert take on the GDP numbers and what it really shows about the economy. Moving on, another important top story of the day: India is making a strong pitch for global debt flows by scrapping the taxes on foreign investors' government bond investments. And the center is really aiming to make Indian G-Secs more competitive in the world market, attractive and also, remember, liquid in global portfolios. Meanwhile, the government has also opened the doors wider for the foreign investors, easing the investment limits and expanding the access routes. Let's listen into what RBI's Governor Sanjay Malhotra had to say on this.
We are expanding the universe of specified securities by including all new issuances of 15, 30, and 40-year tenor G-Secs. Till now, only securities, government securities up to 10-year tenor were included. In addition, limits pertaining to short-term investment, concentration, and individual securities on FPI investment under the general route are being removed. The government recently, this morning, has provided tax benefits to government securities. All these measures together should help attract foreign capital for government borrowing.
Right, help attract foreign capital, especially in the bond market. So in a sweeping set of tax changes, FIIs will now enjoy zero tax on both interest as well as capital gains from G-Secs. Let's take it across to Shrimi for a detailed breakdown of what this really means for the flows, yields, as well as the rupee movement. Shrimi, tell us.
Of course, the headline move is a full tax exemption for FPIs on the interest income and capital gains from the government securities effective April 1st, 2026. This means that the foreign investors will no longer pay the 12.5 LTCG tax on GSEC, while 20% withholding tax on interest income will also be removed. Now, for the clarity and the benefit of our viewers, just for clarity, that exemption applies to any eligible interest income received or capital gains earned on or after April 1st, 2026, even if the ordinance issued later. A separate notification will ensure that no tax is deducted at source on such income. Now, this too clarity is very important to understand the overall benefit. Now, on the equity front, the government has eased FEMA rules for the persons resident outside India, PROIs. This investment limit for individual PROIs and listed companies has been doubled to 10% from existing 5%. While the aggregate limit for all individual has been raised to 24% from the 10% under the portfolio investment scheme. Now, in the bond market, the government has expanded the fully accessible route to include 15 years, 30 years, 40 years government securities along with the sovereign green bonds. Now, it has removed, several long-standing FPI's restrictions, including, short-term investment limits, your concentration limits, and overall security-wise caps, etc., on the government securities. But one thing we need to keep in mind that overall FPI's investment cap remains unchanged at 6% for central government and 2% for state government bonds. So taken together, of course, the measure represent one of the biggest liberalization step for the foreign investors in the recent year and are aimed at deepening the India's bond market.
That's right. Very well put, Shrimi. Thanks so much for all the details. Now, we also spoke to various industry experts on the government's decision to waive the 12.5% long-term capital gains tax on foreign investments in government bonds. In fact, Axis Bank's Neeraj Gambhir calls it a strong incentive that could attract long-term global inflows into India's 40-year bond market. And Dhruva Advisors Dinesh Kanabar says that the move makes it far easier for the investors to participate in Indian bonds. Listening.
So I feel that this is a good incentive for the investors to start investing in domestic market. India is one of those few markets where you have long-term bonds, where you have bonds going all the way up to 40 years. Not many economies of the size of India offer that kind of duration, which is very, very attractive to insurance companies. So I feel that you will see some real long-term flows coming in as a result of this.
The fact that there is zero compliance burden, because now I don't need to really file a tax return at all. There is no such thing. I don't need to meet a custodian. I don't need a chartered accountant in India. I need nobody to give me advice. I'm simply sanguine that the interest which I have got is my income. Nothing further to be done. And I do wish that even as we look at many of the other things on equity, it's a different subject, of course, altogether, that we are able to provide better certainty and ease of compliance to investors as we are doing for government securities.
All right, so those were the experts talking about what this move can really mean. And the rupee, because of dollar inflows getting attractive, rupee obviously had a sentimental improvement also today on the very first day. Rupee has staged a sharp comeback, easing all its losses for the week after the RBI unveiled the fresh measures to attract foreign capital. Now, the currency strengthened nearly 0.8% today and this week and has slipped below the 95 per dollar mark for the first time since Monday, while easing pressure from the Middle East conflict and RBI support have really boosted the sentiment, and the bigger picture remains challenging. Now, the rupee is still down around 6% against the dollar so far in 2026 and remains nearly 5% weaker compared to the levels seen before the Middle East war erupted. Markets will now watch out whether the foreign inflows can really sustain this kind of a recovery in the Indian currency. All right, from the Reserve Bank of India, while this stole the show when it comes to the reforms to attract the foreign capital in the bond market, but the bigger news definitely is the monetary policy as well. And the RBI has kept the repo rate unchanged at 5.25%, choosing caution over a rate move as global uncertainties really continue to cloud the outlook. Now, Governor Sanjay Malhotra also flagged the risks from elevated crude prices, supply chain disruptions and even geopolitical tensions, while the central bank also revised down its growth forecast and raised its inflation outlook. Listen in.
The Monetary Policy Committee met on the 3rd, 4th and 5th of this month to deliberate and decide on the policy repo rate. After a detailed assessment of the evolving macroeconomic and financial developments and the outlook, the MPC voted unanimously to keep the policy repo